Welcome back. Been a little bit. Last time, we're plotting, we're scheming, things are happening. The doomsday clock of when Dvorak's horde of forces arrives at and pile drives over Matla is at 4 p.m. of midnight.
Okay.
As of the end of last session. It could have been, it was possible for it to go all the way up to 6 o'clock, but the combined efforts of Calcion, both with familiars and personally helping the Gardish, the militia and arbiters waylay the horde in the woods. A dangerous effort, but successful. Managed to slow down their progress, as well as a natural 20 from Sultan Samarabi's persuading / deceiving, depending on who you're looking at, Dvorak to come visit personally before making any dire decisions about how to handle the situation in Matla, emphasizing that this might just all be an understanding, though Samarabi and Mamarabi are on side, so to speak. They are doing this specifically to delay what is going on and to remove Dvorak from the pinnacle, the location you all are aware of as being the housing place for purportedly Dvorak's clones, which you intend to destroy with a bomb you have received from Lormp. That appears to use smoke powder to shatter some sort of crystal that is containing a certain number of enchantment. It seems very dangerous, but Han and Lormp have a lot of faith in it, and now Hassan is carrying it in your bag of holding.
With the money.
With the money and everything else.
Yeah.
Hopefully the safety is on. Last you checked it.
My money is in my bag of holding, so whatever happens is on all of you.
Other things that have been going on. There's been a good amount of letter correspondence back and forth. A couple of you have gotten replies. Imminently, Fing and Srisk will be arriving in Althra via airship. And also, Feihu and Zerga will be arriving from Mirage around the same time to talk shop, as you you gathered both of those parties in Althra with the intent of having a strategy meeting before moving on your way. There have been some other correspondences back and forth. You've acquired Libra as an additional friendo along your travels. There has been an amount of correspondence between Hassan and Tothrin Delai, as well as oh shoot, what's her name with the cow lady that thought Hassan was
Zatanna?
cute? Zatanna. Who is working on a favorable op-ed about Motlan art and culture, to kind of aid the effort in Anaro.
Jeez.
Anything? There's lots of correspondence, been a lot of planning. Zeron and Pashmina have a matching set of rings that help them find each other. Loka has upgraded their spear. Hassan has gotten a new protective ascot, has been upgraded somewhat. And we have gotten word, maybe most pressingly, that Samarabi was indeed successful, and Dvorak is on his way imminently. And as such, probably the lot of you and your assembled persons will probably want to be out of the city by the end of today, or early tomorrow at the latest. So there is some planning to do. Anything that I missed? We've gotten a lot done in the last, session and a half.
I think the plan was to go, if I recall correctly, was to teleport to the Hunter's Archive via the circle within there. And then make our way to Brodor there. Whether or not that's on foot or with Million Twig, I'm not sure. On foot would be a long.
The logistics of your travel has yet to be determined.
Okay.
But you've also got some additional people who might be able to help with that.
I was gonna say, I don't think we've really discussed at all. We've only or at least solidified. We haven't solidified anything.
No.
We've
Yeah,
discussed.
talked some options, but yeah, haven't made any big decisions. Also relevantly,
Some things we
in the
also
domain of knowledge unknown, Hassan knows, I think Hassan specifically knows, that Sabella
Bella.
has been spotted, that Astior has ascertained the location of Sabella and probably the witch, but uncertain, in the Pinnacle for some reason, and has not appeared to move for some time.
Caroline, I don't understand why you're so upset about that.
Sessions.
Look, things have been happening.
No, it's more a meme, I swear. It's fine. I think it's hysterical if they just don't know this entire time.
I love that
Continue not
Hassan
telling
has
it. I
just
think it's great.
pushed that to the back of his mind. Well, okay, that's important information, but not right now. We got other things to worry
It'll be a
about.
fun surprise once we find that again later. Don't worry, it's
I've got
fine.
letters to write. Fuck,
Yeah.
I haven't even written
Yeah.
to Zaraj yet. I need to write to Zaraj again.
It's just my ex. Who cares?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Who cares?
Just send, I'll just go into her nightmare, send her a couple scary nightmares. It's fine.
And with that, it is the morning. The palace is hectic this morning. Yesterday, it was pretty tense. There was certainly something brewing. This morning is clearly the after. Oh God, excuse me. The aftermath of those events combined with this morning's news, which you all received with a missive last night, which you may or may not be reading this morning. There's going to be a very important person coming very quickly, so they are scrambling for that. The ramifications of the kinds of wheelings and dealings Samarabi did with the monitorists last night is ongoing. There is just unfortunately probably not going to be able to get time in edgewise with Samarabi. Definitely, you might be able to get some time with Nina, but things are bumping at the Sultanate this morning. Otherwise, you still have it's easily woken up with tea and pastries, as is the way in the Sultanate, to do as you please. Couple pieces of correspondence. Loka, you get notice from Fingen's Risk of what particular port they are going to be coming into this morning, and Zeron. You have received a letter with very precisely brushed calligraphy pen from Zaraj, it sounds like, who is notifying you that he's seen movements on the horizon, has been informed of the Haraxan Coalition moving onto Matla. As such, the promise he made to Pashmina of being available except to defend his own land, since it seems like they're not going for, he's posted up other scouts and wanted to reach out to you, Zeron, specifically to know if you wanted or needed more time with a mentor, or if the group of you wanted his help at all in this. So, that is the correspondence that has gone out this morning, among some other letters that have been sent.
So I have received this letter, or
Correct.
Okay.
Well, Loka is gone. As soon as he gets that correspondence, he is out the door, and he's gonna go and wait for his friends.
Oh.
For once, Loka just running, gets up and goes, as opposed to being
Slappy
the real
feet.
sleepyhead. That's how you know he left. Is everyone else wakes up to pap, 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 pap,
Family
pap.
distance.
Pause. Pap, 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 grabs pastry. Pap, 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 pap.
You just hear mad devour noises.
Salmon would, or Salmon, Loco would love locks, I bet.
Oh, God.
I'm a locata in New York. Sorry, no, I'm just thinking of Loca at a Jewish deli now for some reason.
Very funny.
Sorry, my brain just made several different jumps.
I'm into it. I'm there with you. I'm there with you.
It's great.
Little Fish, Big
I love
City.
it.
Oh, man. Okay.
You're thinking about it wrong, by the way. It'd be Big Fish, Big City, but
Yeah, okay. I feel like... you go ahead.
I think Hisan is waking up. You might, if you wake up, you'll probably find him munching on pastries. While scribbling a bunch of thank you responses. I guess, like, you ever get a bunch of birthday cards, and you're like, okay, I have to write a thank you card for each one. Thank you, thank you. Hisan is like trying to think of, okay, how do I properly thank them in a way that I didn't thank the last person? And that is what Hisan is up to at the moment. Sorry, I'm just...
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like, yeah, Pashmina wakes up to the sound of Loco rushing away, rustling and whatnot. Realizes she has her own missive, quickly, like, catches up, and I assume... Oh, no, it's probably just me and Hasan right now.
Yeah, Zoran, you're still sleeping in the palace proper?
Yeah.
I think, if and when you choose to get up, Libra is waiting outside. Like, outside your door.
Okay. Yeah. We'll get up and join him then. Probably after a bit. Sleeps in just a little bit. Last time they can do that probably for a while.
Understandable.
wrong bed.
So, Pashmina. Yeah, just you and Hasan.
I think, even though Hasan is right there, just to get the point across to everyone over sending stones, it's just like, I may have some extenuating circumstances to consider into our plans. Can folks talk soon, or?
I mean, I'm right here.
Well, yes, but I would like to consult with everybody.
Oh, well. Oh, yeah. Yes.
The thing and Swisk are about to be here soon, so I'm just standing here waiting very patiently for them. And by waiting very patiently, I mean pacing back and forth and yelling at people who step in my way.
I'm around. I can make myself available.
Alright, I guess I can at least fill you in. Short story, I just want to know how people feel about the possibility of Zeal coming with us.
Oh.
Is he feeling better?
I asked, and all I got was that he's ready and willing, so who knows?
I don't have a problem with it.
I do not either.
I'm trying to remember how Loka and him, if they even got along.
I feel like you had a very brief, very awkward interaction.
That was my memory too. Yeah, I don't remember anything that was said though.
I mean, yeah, I guess, okay, as long as it's cool.
I mean, I trust him, but I'd understand if that didn't extend. If it's all right, then arrangements need to be made to collect him, get him filled in.
Where is he again? Is he still at your parents?
Yes, but I mean, we can always teleport as need be.
I figure, you know, once we figure out what exactly we're gonna do, like plan-wise, we can just figure out how getting him fits into the plan. Does that work?
I'll need to let him know. I guess to meet us probably in Central Matla then.
Sorry, I probably should have asked. Are you sure he's healthy enough at the moment to... Wait, sorry. I think I might have zoned out for a second. We're talking about Zeal, right?
Yeah, we're talking about Zeal.
Okay, good, yeah. Are you sure he's in a healthy enough state to be helping with something like this?
I'm not exactly omniscient, and he's been brief in his missive, so hard to say. I think I'd still... If time allows, I would like to at least see him, and if it seems that he's not up for it, I can figure something else out.
Alright, I'll trust your judgment.
Yeah, I mean, we trust you, Pashmina. Mostly.
Thank you for the vote of confidence.
Always.
Alright, I just...
You can never know somebody 100%, so you can only get about 95% approval rating. You know what I mean?
Am I at 95%?
Yes!
Cool. Well... thanks for the input. I just wanted to keep it in mind. See you all soon?
Soon. We have means of transportation to discuss and avenue of approach.
Big deal.
And then we should probably be leaving this before the end of the day.
Trina starts getting ready for this big, stressful day.
Reasonable.
So I still need to write letters to Zaraj. I need his help with something. I guess, yeah, Hasan will write a letter to Zaraj briefly, ask him where he is and if it is possible that in the coming, asking like how possible it would be to perhaps meet them in Brodor within the next perhaps day or two. For a brief, he's like regarding the thing we talked about how to essentially disguise a trebuchet as a dead tree.
So Zaraj is in Brodor, and mentions that he actually also just wrote Zaran, and it has heard has gotten info on what's going on between Herax and Matla, and yeah, easy meet if you end up there, and happy to help in basically any way you can.
Awesome.
Zaran, you're about in the hustle and bustle of the palace. Anything you're planning on doing today, it being your probable last day in the palace? What's Zaran's plan?
I don't think that they really have one. Their biggest thing is just like, okay, I got the arrows last night. They're very different than the arrows that they have been using. If anything, I think they might try to, like, go to a smithy of some sort just to get, like, a replica of it.
Like, very
but just,
similar
like, I need
arrows?
something of the exact same weight
Yeah.
to just use that and practice with that.
There are
Because,
definitely some craftsmen in the city who could do that for you.
yeah, if they can get one sooner rather than later, obviously.
Yeah.
Just so they could practice with the replica. But otherwise, I don't think they have, like, a lot of plans. I think that they spent a long time considering Zaraj's letter of just, like, okay, what do you want to do with me, basically? Yes, they want them there, but also, like, should I go to them as a mentor thing? Try and, like, one last time hone the 2 levels in fighter?
Hmm.
So I think it's a lot of thinking about that as well, because they don't have a good answer just yet.
Yeah. Sounds great. And yeah, easy enough to find a craftsman willing to make arrows of the same balance. You're looking for a Fletcher, specifically. Someone who can make those for you. And normally they'd be like a silver for 10. But if you want them very fast, you basically need to, you can pay to bump up your spot in line.
Yeah.
A cup of gold can get them done in an hour.
Drops 5 like it's nothing.
I do believe Hasan has all of your money currently. Although I guess I don't know to the extent to which, whether or not you kept a coin purse of your own cash. Seems prudent of you, but up to you.
It sounds like something Zaran would do, but also I think, like, they're just so used to just, okay, bag of holding, boom, boom. Wait, where's the bag of holding? Oh. I'm gonna do a funny. I see. Turns to look to Libra over their shoulder.
Libra blinks for a second. What's going on?
Can I have a loan?
You don't have 2 gold?
I don't have it on my person. I forgot that I gave Hasan.
You, specifically. Don't have 2 gold. Okay. That's fine. Alright. interest.
Don't have to make a big deal. Slaps their arm.
Gives you 2 gold.
Here, puts it down on the counter.
Fletcher kind of like looks back and forth between you, like, I don't know what's going on there. All right, I'll make you some arrows. And yeah, in an hour, you've got a very, very solid replica. They don't look the same, obviously. They're made out of very different material, but like the density, the weight of the head, how they're fletched, all the same, so that they will shoot the same.
Perfect. Ask Kason for 2 gold. Storms out. They're mad.
Libra is extremely amused. Loka.
Yes.
You've got incoming. Off in the distance, pretty easily. You are waiting, as you said, extremely patiently, for Fing and Srisk to arrive. And you see their ship on the horizon. It looks like it's been changed pretty significantly since the last time you saw the airship. You know, it's been docked in Port Adenaro for quite a while at this point. Oh, excuse me. But relevantly, you see not immediately run as a flag or anything, but kind of inset into parts of it is the mark of the Couriers, the organization they were running with back in Tanara. And you notice that they do, I mean, it's an airship, so they do certainly have some amount of crew with them. And it's not long from spotting them coming through the dusty winds of the desert to them finally laying anchor and setting down. And you see, Fing in like almost full captain regalia, like has the hat, has the like very nice coat that they definitely bought. It was definitely acquired very reasonably and was not taken off a corpse. And Srisk kind of like barking a couple orders at some of the folks on deck before hopping down beside Fing.
I mean, Fing was the captain originally, so they might just still have a coat.
It's a new jacket.
Yeah. Getting a glow up.
It's Tanaran. Gotta dress local. Oh, hey there, Loka. How you doing?
Srisk! Yay!
He gives them both a hug, either separately or together. Sure. So
I think you don't quite have enough arm span to get both of them. You definitely try, but they kind of like very, very assuredly take in turns. And then Fing gets like very dour for a second and like gets kind of like down closer to your level. It's just like, are you all right? Is everything okay? Your letter sounded very urgent.
Oh no, everything's really, really bad, but I'm okay right now.
You're all right. Don't just for future rep. Don't end a letter with "I love you." I know you do, and we love each other very much. But Christ, Loka, it scared me to death. I thought you had the plague or something.
Not as far as I know.
All right. Well,
is it gauche to say I love you to your friends now?
It's not gauche, but when a letter's so short, and that is the thing that ends it. Oh.
You know, if my mom was on the surface, she'd have something to say about saying I love you to somebody. I don't know what it would be because I haven't talked to her in a while. But
we're here now. We're happy to be around and to help. And let's walk and talk. Fill me in on the situation, if you will.
Okay, so funny story. We're going to the palace. Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that. And we're gonna be distinguished guests, which I know is gonna feel real awkward to you, but I promise it's okay. Nobody's gonna get hung or killed.
You know, that sounds great, and I trust you very much. And she is going to surreptitiously cast Disguise Self on both herself and Frisk. and Srisk.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, so we're going there, and there's about to be a war, and not here though, but like in Matla, and I don't know how loudly I should be saying this, so I don't know how good a walk and talk is.
Let's hold on to it until we're there then. Yeah. All right.
Come on, there's no war happening. Don't listen to me.
There is no war in Matla.
There's someone like whipped around. He said like, "There's a war's about to happen," and then they're I don't know. They see a little fishman and it's like, "Oh well, that certainly can't be serious," and keep moving on.
Ocean war.
Unreliable source.
Similarly, Hassan, you get a note from Zerga that says that she and Feihu will be arriving shortly, and they have a guest.
Okay. I'm interested to see who will be coming along with you.
Gwyn.
I do hope that you provided I know it takes a village, but I do hope that you have properly trained your fellow townspeople on how to take care of a growing dragon.
Worry not. They are well equipped to deal with Guinevere's tomfoolery at this point.
Very good.
She doth not engage in mischief as much anymore, thankfully.
That's good to hear. Inform us if you're having any repercussions of health, and stay healthy, I suppose.
Of course. Be seeing you shortly.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask Hassan, because you seem like the person who's probably most considered this. Where are we meeting collectively?
I think, let's see. Hassan would want to meet in a slightly, probably underutilized place at the moment, which would not be the guest. The guest house includes more people than just Hassan and everyone else. Correct?
Not currently.
Doesn't currently have anyone else in it. Okay, good. I think Hassan would meet there then, and
sounds good.
And there are like not a bunch of windows too.
Correct.
Okay.
In fact, the largest area of the guest house is the cellar because it's the coolest. It is the most temperature controlled and controllable.
Awesome.
You know what another good option for this
basement.
is? The magical mouse.
Now, the magical mouse is one thing, but also just because it's a no-tell motel doesn't mean there aren't people who are going to hear it to do a no-tell. And
I think all of those people are gonna have sex together?
Is it an orgy or crime?
Yeah.
Is it an orgy or crime?
Those are the two options.
Surprisingly, neither.
Yeah, that's the wild thing about it.
Oh god.
They're out within a really short amount of time. They're like, damn.
Yeah. That is the shortest.
It's definitely crime.
That's the shortest meeting of the weirdest polycule I have ever seen.
Yeah.
I'm guessing they were just terminating a contract then, I guess, or something like that.
Anywho, you're planning on establishing the guest house as a place to meet.
Yes, Hassan was told specifically not to spend any money by Zoran last time they spoke, so he's not spending any money on reservations.
Sounds good. Then I think the first thing that happens is Zoran, now with Arrows and Libra. You said you were seeking out Hassan again, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
So, you're probably first to arrive back at the guest house, and Peshmina, you never left, correct?
Yeah, not really. Like, she may have, walked around a bit outside just to, relieve some nerves, but otherwise, she's not, doing anything or going anywhere.
All right. Then yeah. Zoran, you arrive back. Loka is on the way, and with 2 in tow, and Zerga and company will be here shortly. Zerga obviously being the primary member of that trio. All right. With a little time, Loka, you are let through. The 2 very affluent-looking, well-garmented human merchants who are walking with you. Obviously passed through front gate and allowed into the guest house, where they Fing will promptly dispel the disguise. Srisk goes as Fing's just you don't have to hold your breath the entire time. That's not a thing. You do this every time, Srisk.
I didn't even give you the fake name that I was thinking about in my head, which was Siskolik Wigglebottom.
Siskolik Wigglebottom?
Yeah,
We've used that one 100 times, Loco. We can't just keep using the same code names.
Is that why it doesn't work anymore? Is because we
No! Siskolik Wigglebottom is also wanted in most municipalities of Rakentha.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot about that.
Anyway.
Look, did you bring friends with you who are not in on our arrangement?
What do you mean they're not in our? They're in my arrangement, so they're in your arrangement. Get arranged, Hey-san!
Who's up there? Oh. Hello again.
Oh, nice to meet you. We'll see you, Hey-san.
Awkwardly waved at this point, just
Pashmilla, right?
Pashmina!
Pashmina, thank you.
Like Pashmina, that's cute.
Pashmilla. Maybe that's a good code name. I'll think about that one. Does this look like a Pashmilla and gestures to their crocodilian mug? I think I could pass for a Pashmilla, right? Alright, that says everything I needed to know. Never mind, it's going in the bin.
The idea of nominative determinism, but, sure.
Did anybody just understand anything Hey-san just said? Because none of those words made sense.
To be honest, I'm still just kind of trying to catch up in general.
You won't understand anything he says.
Morning, everyone.
Zoran. Right.
Yes, a pleasure to see you.
Sick,
again.
2 for 2. Alright.
Perfect.
I don't count, come on.
You absolutely count. It's a gimme, but that's remembering someone's name.
That's like saying I got bingo because you forgot
people,
to put the free space.
I will remind you that there is currently a tyrannical, authoritarian currently on his way to us as we speak, and every second we speak is a less second we have planning. Can we get down to brass tacks? Nice to see everyone.
That's what's going on. All right, Srisk, take a seat. We'll have you when you need you. Srisk is just all right. Gonna have some tea and pastries. Right.
Oh, wonderful.
Shortly thereafter, there's a light knock on the door. At which there is Fehu, Zerga, and Tothrin Delai.
Oh,
okay. My God.
Tothrin gives kind of an apologetic bow on the way in, and it notes probably a few expressions of surprise, given that reaction, and kind of, Hey-san, you'd mentioned that it would be good for us to have met and consider taking a trip out to Mirage. When we last talked, I was actually staying at the Misty Vale. Given the urgency of your calling, and Fehu kind of we thought it'd be best if, the 3 of us came, since this may concern us. Zerga and I may not be able to, be of use, physically, corporeally, but Tothrin certainly has positioning ability, if that makes sense. Anywho,
Mobility?
yes, mobility is able to go out and do tasks. Tested out his breath weapon on the way over here too, and seems to be going strong despite the airs. And kind of elbows Toffrin. Still a lot of practice. All right then. Let's get to planning then, since it sounds like we're under some urgency. Hassan sounded like.
Yes, urgency. We
Well-
have.
Can I just introduce everybody really quick because I don't think Finn knows or Swisk knows everybody here.
Not most of them, no.
No code names, but okay.
No code. Okay. No code names. No code names. So, oh God, I just forgot everybody's name. Feihu, and
Yes.
Zerga, and
Yes.
Catherine Delay. This is Finglash and
Oi.
Swiss.
Hello.
And,
I'm so sorry. He's just Cole as everyone like got to me.
Can you
for a
tell why I
second.
can't do this at 11 p.m. at the end of the last session?
Yeah.
I hope you have enough water
Okay,
with you.
okay.
Oh, I don't. I will later.
So, Feihu and Zerga are from Mirage, and Tathrun, I honest to God, Tathrun, I forget where I met you. I know it was a
Tanara.
really big Tanara, thank you. Fing and Swisk and I are good pals from the ocean.
That's the one.
Okay, I think we're all caught up.
All right. Yes, I think that's it. The handshakes all around. All right. Good. Oh, and Heisan, Pashmina, Loka, Zoran, Libra. Libra? Libra nods.
Yeah.
Just imagine Caroline staring wide-eyed into the distance.
Yeah, you know. Oh, you know.
I feel like in the middle of all that, Pashmina also like goes and gives like Serga and Feihu like quick hugs. Like, of course, they're family at this point.
So, as we all know, Chancellor Navorak, damn him, is currently on is currently on their who also, I'm sure, to inform Fring and Swisk, Dracolich, by the way, of centuries old, old tyrant, necromancer, whole 9 yards, is currently on his way here to do parley with the Sultan in hopes of quote unquote avoiding conflict, although that conflict can be avoided at all is mostly laughable. What this is mostly a ploy to get him out of the pinnacle, while myself, Zoran, Pashmina, and Loka, and Libra, and perhaps another, Pashmina's sibling, perhaps, are to infiltrate the pinnacle and destroy his phylactery, which would leave him in a vulnerable state, and perhaps shift the balance of power into a more advantageous position. Now, what I all called you here, and Loka's, I'm guessing, called you from Swisk here, is to provide a measure of security to us regarding the other aspects that we will not be involved in. Most notably, the two I can think of being the current army of the undead slowly approaching Matla, which include undead dragons, and two, the fact that Navorak will most likely be here, depending on how long negotiations go, when we destroy the phylactery. And once the phylactery is destroyed, once they realize that the pinnacle is under siege, I am quite certain that Dvorak will realize what's going on. Now, I am open to proposals and do not by any means have everything figured out, but I would like Tothran Delay to remain here for the portion that Dvorak is here, such as to provide a last-minute bit of defense or threat should Dvorak be here when the ruse, so to say, is exposed. Because when that happens, I would not like to predict what havoc a Dracolich could perform on their way out. As to Fehu and Zerga, I understand you are not in the perhaps best physical shape at all, but I'm hoping you would be able to lend your, I suppose, even just the appearance of strength via proxies or whatnot to Sultan Samarabi as to lead him credence in negotiations. Being to who he is already, I'm quite sure aware of, given the fact that assassins were previously sent after Zerga, and I'm sure are quite aware of Fehu as well at this juncture. So just to be clear, my idea is that for the three of you, the three Dragonborn, wink. The wink, Heisan doesn't say wink, he
winks.
Three Dragonborn to be assisting on that matter of security for Alterav for the duration that security and I guess consultation for the duration of Dvorak's stay in Alterav. As for Fing and Srisk, I am at the moment. I'm assuming you came here via airship.
Oh, that's correct.
Is it armed at all?
Oh, somewhat. We've got a nice crew. We've got a port and starboard cannons, a few different loads, so destructive and some more disabling rounds. Somewhat for ship to ship. Hey, we're not armed to the teeth, but we can defend ourselves.
Alright, so you're not exactly out for hunting dragons, then?
Oh, well. Oh, that'd be a feat, but kind of looks over to Srisk, and Srisk is deeper in thought than you've ever seen Srisk before.
We did fight that, like, Leviathan thing one time.
Yeah.
I don't think we beat it, but...
It's no Kraken, but we've got tools, and we can get more.
I would also like to stress that escape from dragons is usually unlikely given their speed.
I'm not sure we could kill a dragon, but I bet we could disable one. Specifically, we've got a set of rounds. It's basically two halves of a cannonball tied together with chain. And when you fire it, it's supposed to get all twisted up in a mast, and it would... I apologize for the mental image to those in the room who have similar anatomy. But you catch that in a wing, and I don't know if that creature's flying anymore.
God, I miss those days. Sorry, it's just a really satisfying crack when you get the mast.
It really is. There's nothing like it.
Yes, well now we know that Loco's a crack addict. Hey. Sorry.
Jeez.
Oh,
silly.
God.
You've killed Matt!
Pashmina's just cringing.
Not my joke, but I like it. It's good.
It made me laugh.
Regardless of our capabilities, assuming we could go toe-to-toe, what's your thought?
I'm not quite certain. Perhaps...
I mean, even a distraction would probably be welcome, no? Anything to waste their time? Slow them down?
My understanding of the dragons is there are dragons currently heading with the army, correct?
Correct. There are 2 undead dragons marching with the horde. You know that Navorak had recruited, heavy air quotes, up to 3. You only have confirmation on 2. One of them being the Elder, and one of them being another from before the Elder. Although you've got someone who might be able to confirm that now.
Calcion?
No. Someone else Hassan has been talking to.
Yeah. Give me a moment. Hassan will pen a letter to Jorah. If you see dragons, please inform me immediately. Thank you again for all that you're doing. As to what I am caught up in and how you managed to receive what was the term?
An unlimited requisition.
Unlimited requisition with unlimited time. Yes. Be assured that I don't know either, and that I have chosen not to question the means by which these boons are being given. Only that somebody is on my side, and I enjoy it. And I enjoy its benefits.
You'll get a missive back fairly shortly. That in plain text, I'll describe what is written rather than stating what is written. They're currently working on as assembling a full layout, a full city map layout for the Pinnacle, which is taking some time, but they're planning on sending you shortly. But they can confirm that in that time, and they have covered a pretty significant portion of the entirety of the Pinnacle, but not necessarily the Coalition as a whole. They have not spotted any dragons, though they have spotted a number of wyverns. Significantly smaller, less dangerous, less cognizant.
Who's making that map? Sorry?
Jorah.
Old colleague, childhood classmate of Hassan.
Oh, okay.
Hassan's been writing letters.
People that you will probably never meet. Don't worry about it.
But you all see Hassan just have a quick back and forth Carthax's correspondence.
Alright.
Or a journal correspondence, right?
Yes. Or, well, I think, no, it would be a Carthax's.
Yeah, because Jorah doesn't have a journal. Yeah.
They're not... Hassan would not be able to stand Jorah having a direct line to him.
Reasonable.
Yeah. Hassan says, my colleague who I've conscripted into scrying for me in exchange for other services, which don't worry about, has confirmed me that there are no dragons currently in the Pinnacle, so we don't need you there. Also, having a active force within the Pinnacle seems like less than optimal given the stealthy nature of what we're trying to do. Engaging... Okay, I would like to... We could ask you to perhaps even engage with one of the 2 dragons amongst the Horde, but that while negotiations are ongoing, would I be correct in assuming that sounds like a bad idea?
Back up just to once. Could you repeat that once?
Would I assume that asking you to engage a undead dragon during negotiations would probably be a bad idea for maintaining a veneer of maintaining the appearance of wanting to parlay?
I mean, hey, the thing we do, my friend, is we're deniable assets.
True,
We belong to no nation. We fly no flag. Just maybe some concerned citizens. Not too happy with the state of the things crawling through the woods.
Okay then.
And I guess we don't know necessarily how connected Dvorak, like, whether or not he would actually be alerted immediately, or if he's distracted long enough, would that keep him from knowing? It's kind of hard to account for that.
Hard to say.
Anyways.
But we can also be nearby to be deployed on your mark, as long as you can communicate with us. Tuthrindle lies deep in thought.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's a bad idea. If anything, leaving the ship's capabilities as first line of defense or a distraction against those potentially, if hard to know whether or not this is the case, if those undead dragons are acting as captains, lieutenants, commanders of the Horde, distracting them could slow them down or even stop the Horde entirely. But that'd mean engaging first. Kind of like looks to Finglash, who is does not seem to like the sound of that idea, generally speaking.
Pashmina, Zoran, I have forgotten. Zaraj, what is Zaraj currently doing? What is he currently contributing to in regards to this effort? Or Loka, if you remember.
My understanding is that he was going to protect Brodor if it came to that, but seeing as Brodor is not necessarily in the line of fire, I believe he's just available however can be.
He's also
Then
been keeping an eye on things.
perhaps in that case we could connect these two. If engagement is a problem, then perhaps we need to connect you with one who knows how to hunt dragons.
Right, if you put Zaraj on that airship, suddenly you're much more dangerous. He knows a lot about fighting dragons.
That's a really good idea.
I've already planned on meeting with him. I think we have planned on meeting with him before we could, if you would be willing to go to fly to Brodor, or perhaps we could transport him by some other means.
I think Brodor would be a reasonable position to position so that we can be deployed wherever we are needed then.
I don't see why not.
From memory, the airship moves pretty fast, right?
It got from Inaro to here in a day.
Oh shit.
So you don't know how many hours that is necessarily, but like it can go. It can, especially if the wind's in its favor.
Gotcha. So no concern about it being like
Too
delayed
late.
necessarily, or like too slow to take quick action.
Correct. Tothrin has made himself a cup of tea of what is available and takes a sip of it. As for my part, staying here and being a first line should Dvorak choose violence during negotiations here, happy to stick around and be an observer. Though I do have some concerns about whether or not he identifies me as kin. We may have more immediate problems, but no guarantee. I think that's a bit of a wild card interaction.
Would you,
Sorry, go ahead.
would you perhaps, would it be better if you stayed perhaps somewhere discreet in the city then?
I think that is my plan, yes. I'll probably
so-
peruse the archives.
I would also, I've been told the modest, not the modest, is it the modest? No, I'm thinking
It's
of the
not
Golden
Modest Mouse. I missed the opportunity. I super missed the opportunity to make it
We
Modest
should have
Mouse.
called it the Modest Mouse.
That is the correct, that was the correct name for it. But no, the Magical Mouse.
the magical mouse then. They will, last I am told, it is a place where people go for what's the word? For secretive.
Total discretion.
Yes.
Zeron throws Libra a look.
I think, yeah,
very much
Kashmir
just like,
Libra
kind
is
of like-
not making eye contact with the person he has just found out is a dragon in the room regarding his potential stay at a no-tell motel.
Kashmina taking a long sip out of her own drink, just kind
There
of
is
eyes wandering.
a smile there as this conversation is going on.
The beds are nice.
I'll take that in consideration. I may also be able to find my own means of staying. I just because there are serious things going on doesn't mean I can't peruse the city. I haven't been here in so many years.
I
Anywho,
mean, gotta spend your time somehow.
more than willing to play my part.
Good. Then I hate to involve you in the logistics of our own operation rather than just your own, but I am currently at a loss for our own transportation discreetly to the pinnacle. I had thought, of course, the obvious. We have 2 fennecs and a wagon and a cart we can pick up. We can travel easily to Brodor and make our way from there in a cart, but I feel as though a cart would be too limited in its use for travel. It would be going by obvious roads, be able to be detected fairly easily.
I'd also hate to
Bring
walk the girls into, they've been through enough as is.
so
Foxes are not exactly made for open combat. They're not a glorious steed.
We've taken too many risks already with their well-being, poor things.
horses. I've thought horses, perhaps. I've never rode a horse. I don't know if any of us have ever saddled a horse. Perhaps Pashmina. Pashmina, have you ridden a
I have.
horse? Okay.
A long time ago, but I
Thou might acquire mounts in Brodor.
Then that would be easy, I suppose. If okay, and if we could do
Sorry?
what'd you say, Luca?
Do they go fast?
horses? Oh, very fast.
Oh, depending on what kind you get.
Well, yeah, breed matters, but generally,
And depending on how fast they are, we will probably have to pay out of pocket much money, but then I don't think that's a concern. And there's a distinct possibility that these horses will probably not come back with us, depending on how we extricate ourselves.
Like, how do you know how fast they go? Like, how long do you know? Does anybody know how long it would take to get by horse to the pinnacle from Mordor?
Should I make a roll for this, or can someone else make a roll?
I was say,
for
can
this?
I also?
Yeah, there's some
I think
general
I would have
information
some
y'all
sense.
will just know, but if you'd like to roll, this is probably survival, actually.
Give yourself a bardic inspiration, Pashmina.
Well, I rolled a natural 20
Ooh.
plus 7. So
Do you want a D10 on top of it?
Put a D10 on top of it. Get that to 30.
Hitting 30 will be relevant here if you want to try.
Oh, okay. Then I'll add the D10.
Again, rerollable.
Here we go. Rerollable D10.
Yeah, we're at the point of the game where DC 30 is extremely real.
Oh, that was a 9.
9.
What
Hell
the
yeah.
fuck? What the fuck?
What does that
Okay.
bring you up to? Like 34?
36. 27
It was
to 36.
20 plus 7 plus 9.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, so like Pashmina, you've lived in those mountains for a long time. You trained in survival. You have like the terrain of the landscape in your mind's eye. You remember that the terrain of the Coalition was referred to in Hassan's legend lore as like a mire that it's like swampy. So immediately like you're like, okay, cool. So mounts from Brodor to the outer limits of the Coalition. Kind of where you already were when you rescued Tanya's out by
Right.
Zatvor. Zatvor, right?
Zatvor, yeah.
And then if it gets particularly marshy or bad, at that point your mount's just slowing you down, and it is time
Right,
to
but it
like
just go on foot.
get on foot. But there's like precautions you can take for that, like the equivalent of like snowshoes and stuff like that. There's equipment that could help you with that, and if you prepared for it, would help you get through that kind of terrain. And then referring to Necropolis presumes that a lot of the terrain in or close to the pinnacle is probably just urban. So like mounts that you might be okay with discarding early. Especially if you can get a mount for everyone instead of like a cart or vehicle. Having mounts available for all individuals could get you, if you burn hard, probably from Brodor to the pinnacle in, I'm gonna say if you burn hard,
Here.
like
Sorry, Bubby's being. Here, I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
beeper. Time for me to look at the map and make sure I don't ruin myself for how far things are. Not yet.
Because I'm trying to think if Navorak can get here in 2 days flight.
Sorry, he was just being really needy all of a sudden.
Oh, his food just turned over.
Okay, I was like. There we go.
In with mounts, optimal time, weather notwithstanding, you can get from Salamir to the pinnacle in like, I'm gonna say 4 days. But that's burning really hard. More realistically, a week. But if you get there, you can get there in as few as 4 days, but if you are, you're probably taking some amount of exhaustion.
Okay.
But that's like minimum max speed. Knowing like the part of the importance there is understanding that you should not cut through the forest, the like dense wooded area between Salamir and the pinnacle, because that is a shorter route, but the forest is going to slow you down way more than taking the
Right. rather than
open
just-
fields with mounts.
Okay. So we would only be able to make it part of the way there on horseback. The terrain surrounding the pinnacle is rough for travel. And as far as I can, from what I can imagine, what I picture happening is we ride the horses as fast as we can. We reach the edge of what's rideable. Then we have to take it on foot anyways. Which is going to be arduous. If we had the right things to traverse it, then that would help, but it would still be difficult. If we're doing this by foot, without vehicles, without any other assistance, it's going to take days, no matter how we cut it.
Okay, but if Navora can get here in 2 days' flight, and I mean, we don't know how long the king is going to be able to keep him here. So if we're lucky, or like, let's say we're unlucky, right? Let's say the conversation is a day, Navorak stays a night, and then leaves. That's 2 days. We're not even at the pinnacle yet. And all of a sudden, we've got to deal with a whole bunch of shit.
I have a little faith in my father that we can keep him here longer.
You're also not sure where Navorak left from. It might take him longer to get from Althra back to the pinnacle than it would take him to get wherever he is currently to Althra.
Yeah, I guess we don't know, like, necessarily if he was in the pinnacle at the time of receiving the... Oh, man, okay.
He's also a wizard.
He is also... he sure is a necromantic dragon wizard. On top of everything.
Who knows? Our word kill, which is what? Or something? Okay.
I think our choices are either we're subtle and slow, or we just stop caring about subtlety and make an entrance.
Airship will probably be... If you took the airship with Fing and Srisk, that would probably be the fastest way to get there. Even other than, like, Dragonflight, because dragons have to rest. The ship doesn't.
True, but that also tosses subtlety just completely out the
100%. Airship, the least
that's kinda
subtle way to travel. Yeah.
That's what I was kind of getting at. It's just like...
Yeah, with on foot, that gets you there a little longer, but there's a chance you get, like, into the pinnacle without anyone knowing. If you, like, play your cards and navigate correctly.
But if everybody there is dead, like... who's gonna know that we're there? You know what I mean? Like...
Well, so my understanding is that there are still going to be an amount of... Being undead doesn't necessarily mean you're not sapient. There will still be some... How do I put this? It's not as though they have free will, but they do have an amount of autonomy and allegiance to Navorak. So there is a potentia that he will have people able to alert him.
Hey, son, you know a lot of stuff about dead things.
Sorry. Excuse me.
Some.
Well, you've been reading that, like, book thing, right? Like,
Yes.
What do you think that we're gonna run into that could alert Navorak that we're there? Also, like, you know, like, wizard stuff.
Do you...
Sorry, Zaram, but, like, You don't really know wizard stuff.
Can
I don't.
I perhaps postulate, or not exactly postulate, but think of think of ways that, like, magical sentries and undead sentries could work?
I mean, you've been reading the works of the most paranoid necromancer of all time,
Yeah, I guess.
who is the direct teacher of the person you were fighting. So yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. You want to roll like Arcana?
I'd happily do that. 21.
21. There are some very advanced
Oh
versions.
wait, sorry, wait 1 sec. I forgot, because we leveled up, I think that's higher now. Oh yeah, that's 25.
25.
Sorry.
Nice.
Fuck off.
Yeah, there are a few ways. There are some very creative implementations of alarm. So like alarms, like when a barrier is crossed, and that enchantment can last for like a very, very long time if you cast it in the right kinds of ways, and you can cast that like on undead who have the orders to like move or gesticulate in a specific way that would trigger alarm when they see a thing. Like there's a lot of ways to do that even with undead. You know almost for sure that the pinnacle itself, like whatever like castle, whatever place you all are intending to go to, like wherever houses Dvorak's clones, is most certainly just rigged to the teeth with runes that will alert Dvorak to someone's presence there. That said, like, you can only be so careful, and to some extent, like, if you're on foot, if you're not making a big stink about it, there are not tons of ways to attempt to cover as much ground as an entire city, much less an entire nation as far as like surveillance goes. Largely impossible arcane wise. Your best guess, especially if Dvorak is following in Ignith's footsteps when it comes to like paranoia and protection, is that all of that is almost definitely densely concentrated in the pinnacle, particularly because it's not being weaponized against invaders. That's barely a conception. It's being weaponized against his allies. He's trying to make sure that no one's stealing his secrets, that like any of his apprentices aren't getting places they don't belong. You know that Tasha's the last of the Talons is still in the pinnacle too, so like making sure he almost definitely doesn't trust her at all. So like preventing her from getting into shit. Like the
Oh shoot, what's her name again?
I'll look it up in a bit.
Notes.
But the likelihood of
Just having random undead sentries every square mile. Is
lower. It
unlikely.
probably wouldn't. It to your guesstimation, it's probably about as dense and quick a response as like, frankly, like a city guard, and probably slower than that because having like, in order to surveil that amount of room, you probably want like a number of either undead or not sentries. Dvorak purportedly has some amount of cult following. Who can then like go to a central location and raise an arcane alarm properly, depending on their level of threat. But also like a humanoid wandering into where they don't belong is probably not reason for like Dvorak himself to be recalled from Althra to the pinnacle, unless y'all are being real obvious about it. So even with the airship, the response would probably not be immediate, but with the if you are careful, there's probably not an arcane means of alerting Dvorak to your presence until you're like in the place you need to be. I hope that was useful. Makes sense.
Yes. Hey, some will say it is hard to fail an entire area as large as Herax itself, And I sincerely doubt that any sentries that are there would be able to, would notify him. I don't think that any notification would reach Navorak before we are done doing what we need to do, as long as we keep ourselves relatively quiet. If we don't make ourselves too imposing, any sentries that may or may not spot us en route to the pinnacle will probably have a slow enough response that it may not matter. Now, of course, the pinnacle itself is a whole nother beast on its own. It's a whole beast of its own, and will be protected in an incredibly paranoid fashion that only an authoritarian state would. So yes, that is an airship. Part of the direction, part of the way, would not necessarily be too bad. Is like if it's just a pirate raid or something, or maybe just as long as it doesn't appear to be anything entirely too.
Doesn't raise the alarms enough for them to.
Yeah. It's not like there are much logistics of feeding villages to worry about in Herax right now.
Yeah, like if we got set outside of the city somewhere, that wouldn't be a big deal, right?
Yes, as long as we can avoid strategic locations, perhaps important locations on our way there, it probably will not be too bad.
Is there any way that we could, even if only faintly, conceal the movement of the ship? Would going by night be better than going by day?
Oh, certainly. We've got a few techniques we could try. The biggest one's just speed, too. Being a blip on the horizon's the most dangerous the longer you do it. So if we only travel during the night, then we're only there when it's hardest to see us. Part of what makes the airship easy to spot is its contrast with the sun, the light of the sky.
Do the dead, can they see better at night because they don't have eyes?
No, I don't think so. Don't have much experience, but I don't think that makes much sense.
If we remember correctly, undead do have very, very sensitive hearing from our experience.
But limited vision.
Limited vision, incredible, very sensitive hearing. How loud is it?
Oh, it's
Going overhead.
variable. We can certainly keep it more quiet. If we're intended to go quite fast, though, we've got it's an engine sound. It's got some reverberating noise, certainly. Maybe I'll disguise that too. If any of you are particularly good at illusions, we can try and imitate the rolling storm. That's something we used to do back on the seas.
I can assist that.
I've got some of it myself, but
I was gonna say, Finn, you were pretty good at it back then.
yes, but it was a little bit easier when we were on the sea, because you can use the sea itself, and we've already got the waves and whatnot. So, but I mean, you're more familiar with the skies, I'd assume. Is that insensitive? Sorry.
No,
I'd say slightly assuming. I'd say slightly overestimating the capabilities of flight that we have. We are not.
Fair enough. My bad.
We can only go so high, and we can only control ourselves so well in the face of a strong gale.
But hey, son, didn't you, when we fought the dude with the undead dragon, didn't you, like, silence him? Like, you just made him not be able to cast stuff? Can't you do that with, like, an engine or something, too? Could you just put, like, a little, like, bubble? Would that work?
Yes,
That easy?
yes, I was totally definitely thinking of that, Luca. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to the forefront of my thoughts. I'm happy I thought.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, and I don't like it.
If you want an insight, but either way, Heisan seems like he's more annoyed that you were the one who suggested that to him, and that he did not think of that first.
To be honest, I was thinking about it too.
It is now trying to save face.
That's an 8 on an insight, so.
Incredible.
That sounds like a pretty good idea. I think Feihu kind of speaks up too of like, well, I certainly appreciate being informed about the lot. I'm not sure there's much we can do other than be a presence in Mirage. I can say our teleportation circle will be ready for anyone who comes, and we can have that guarded in case someone else comes through behind you. To be kind of our own safe zone, but other than that, I think we might be largely in observation on this one.
I have a suggestion regarding that.
Please.
Zeron, how good are Thronian actors? Best Thronian actor you can think of.
Thronian actors.
Yes. And how available do you believe sending stones would be?
What sort of actor are you thinking?
Character actors that perhaps Feihu could instruct on their own mannerisms, such that and
Proxy.
forgive me, I am perhaps speaking a bit too out of my depth here. Perhaps if we had someone pose as Feihu whilst Viasyn during negotiations, whilst Feihu stronger than ever, whilst through sending stones, things are communicated forward and back, such that Feihu can act through proxy through someone who has disguised as herself. But then again, Navorak would be able to see through that, would he not?
Most likely, yes.
Okay, yes.
Hard to say. I suppose to what end?
I'll say this much. I did follow him while invisible in Central Matla, and he didn't seem to be able to detect me. He could have been feigning ignorance, though.
Wizards are powerful in different ways, and we know at least one way in which he's very powerful, so I wouldn't be surprised if he might be less so in others.
As to what end, I would just... Navorak is without a doubt aware of Feihu. Having Feihu here would perhaps put him a bit more on his guard. A Feihu.
I mean, it's a little complicated, but I'm not against it. I can have that organized.
Goodness, okay.
That is, I am entirely, if you cannot, it is understandable if you cannot. That is very complicated, and as far as a lot of logistics, it will most likely not. I don't know if you'll be able to. It's an idea.
No, I'm intrigued by what I, at least, might be able to learn in the meantime. Hey, San, or Zeron, I'd appreciate your help in identifying a guild I could go to, but other than that, I think I can handle that myself.
And what guild is that?
Just which acting guild you might recommend for said,
Recruiting
yeah.
lookalike.
Yes, goodness. Doesn't, like, entertainment businesses go through House Ymira?
Yeah, the Ymira certainly have the most prestigious.
I might have to go talk to my sister-in-law.
If you wouldn't mind. If it'd take too much time, I can do it myself as well. But
I think it would. It's just finding her is the biggest thing right now.
I see. All right.
But you haven't really gotten to visit much with your brothers, have you, this whole time?
No, not really.
Hmm.
No. But it's fine. There's plenty of time for all of that after. Plenty of time.
Faint flash of doubt.
No, Pasmina. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I saw that.
Don't do it.
This is gonna work, and it's gonna be the best mission ever. That's why we're sitting in this room, and plot and scheming. There can be no doubt.
Then is there any more we need to set up here? Because we do need to, because we should be moving as quickly as possible. Just to confirm above board, what are the current transportation plans to the Pinnacle?
Airship.
Airship, okay.
Airship, parentheses, with scheming.
Okay.
With magical
Airship with some
assistance.
modifications.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, at some point, like, if they're gonna go and, like, actually engage, they're gonna have to pick up Zaraj, right? Like, we
So
don't...
they're gonna have to be in Brodor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rotor's on the way. And at that point,
I
you
think-
are going over the woods.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's point A, point B.
Yeah.
Might be our best bet, though.
Then, if I may then, assuming there is no more planning to be done and everyone knows their respective responsibilities and what they will be doing, I suggest that we, my companions and I, do what we need to do, and perhaps via teleportation get to Brodor in advance, such that we can prepare for pickup and perhaps prepare with Zaraj.
Is it okay if I ride with my friends?
That would be more than acceptable.
And the
Okay.
plan there is, so we'll meet you in Brodor, where's a reasonable city to meet there? Or somewhere specific?
I would suggest the out of sight in the ruins of what's it called again? The
Stone
former
Tree.
capital, Stone Tree.
Can do. Should be good enough to find. And then the plan from there is to go all the way to the Pinnacle, or are we just setting down nearby?
Nearby.
Just nearby, yeah.
hopefully.
Understood.
Head in a vector that would seem like that you're not heading directly there. That would probably raise larger alarms if we head directly.
From Brodor, we could fly along the coast. I know the Northern Isles are up there. We could probably feign heading that way, depending on observation.
That's
Mm.
I trust that you will know how to do that.
I'll make a survival check later about it.
I brought my custom D20 with me.
Oh, I've got an amethyst right here. I put it under the full moon. Rolls real nice. Just nosebleed.
Oh boy.
Thing is one of the best navigators I've ever met. So I think I will be okay.
Alright then. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
I mean, other than making a quick stop in Central Matla,
We can
Make
tell
a
the boys and
decision
get
there.
moving post haste.
I'm gonna be on an airship.
You haven't met most of the crew yet, Loka. That'll be fun.
Is this like your full-time crew?
Oh, mostly people here and there. Those who basically we trust enough to go on an adventure without really knowing what we are doing.
I was about to say, will they even agree to this?
Oh yes. they're the rabble-rousing type.
Here's hoping we can pay them
The loyal
handsomely
bunch.
afterward.
Oh, you can hope. I'll see what we can do.
Well, if others are also going to Central Motla, then it doesn't quite make sense to split us all entirely. Perhaps I suppose I will travel with Loka then.
Not a bad idea.
I've got 300 gold I could pay them. Is that enough?
That's a start.
Oh, God.
No, I just mean, and they'll be more than happy. Like I said, they're our most loyal folks, so they'll basically do whatever I tell them to.
Hey, Loka, if we're being optimistic, I mean, think about the potential horde Dvorak is sitting on. If we're successful, kinda waggles our eyebrows at Loka.
That'd be so much money.
300
I mean,
gold would be nothing.
That
You-
money, Loka, that money, Loka, will be going off to settling our debt with Han.
Well, here, Feihu speaks up for a moment. When we spoke, you mentioned that the Talons noted that their job was to find dragon hordes and subsume them for what we didn't know at the time, but know now to be Dvorak. Meaning, assuming he hasn't spent his entire wealth, it's a horde of hordes.
That is correct. Supposedly.
I imagine you'll be just fine, financially, upon discovery.
Hey. Hey, Finn, do you have another messenger bag I can borrow? I will
Oh,
give it back to you.
I've
this
got
time.
the coolest thing to show you once we're on the ship.
Hey,
Short answer, yes, but also we've got another thing in store.
okay, I'm excited.
Alright, then, Loka, Hassan, you ready to be off? Srisk? Srisk is like, rapidly puts a flask back in his jacket. Oh, yep, Captain. Yep, thanks, Feng. Yep.
Stress, give me that. What the hell? Share.
You don't need
I don't know.
people
I don't know what you're talking about. Loka, and hands you clearly a different flask.
I'm gonna I'm gonna take out my Biden. I'm gonna smack him with the butt of it.
Hey!
Damn it!
Rude. He gives you the other
I
flask.
don't have my ever-flowing
Takes back the
flagon with
first
me. I
flask.
gotta pick it up, and I'm gonna bring it on the thing, and that's how I'm gonna pay you for the ride out, okay? Free booze for everybody.
That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one.
So share now,
please.
because
Please be sober when we need you to be. Please be sober when we need you to be.
me,
Oh,
I'll be
Please don't get trashed.
Don't worry, our engineer doesn't drink.
Oh.
Oh, dear.
He's a real straight edge. We try and get him to drink every time, and he just doesn't.
Hey, Son will be with us. He will be the voice of
Reason?
paternal reason.
I mean, I believe for calming nerves, everyone should have at least, like, one drink while they're piloting a ship. It's just
That's
kind of
awesome.
mandatory, necessary, really.
I mean, on our ship back in the day, it was 1.5, usually
Oh, yeah.
2
Minimum.
minimum. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway.
I don't know when I'm out.
Ready to get going then.
Yes, yes.
And then we'll meet the rest of you in Stone Tree. Probably,
Seems like.
if we get going right away, that's probably a day and a half time.
Are we going to be able to teleport around without you, Hassan?
So long as you have, well, Feihu, I'm sure would be more than willing to help with the
This is true.
with the initial teleporting to Motla. And from Matla, all you need to know are the proper rooms to the Hunter's Archive, which I will happily provide you.
Okay.
I can do that for you.
Appreciated.
And then I'll talk to those players that you mentioned, Zoran. And then...
Yes.
Yes, then I guess let's get to it. No time to waste.
Wait! There's something so important that we haven't decided.
Yes?
We need an operation name.
Oh, dear.
Why did everybody deflate it though? That's the best part.
Operation Fuck Navarak.
Okay.
Tis darkly ironic, but, how thinkest thou Operation Lichbane?
Yes!
I suppose it will work.
I hate it, but I love it.
It has gravitas to it. It sticks
It was a pretty
in
cool
my
name.
mind.
That's why they, yeah.
Alright.
And Ziraj is part of it, so I guess that's kind of...
And I will take care of Mirage. And Guinevere. And Fehu. And Han. And make sure Mirage doesn't get exploded. Alright.
Take care of you too, Zerga.
Oh, of course. I would not dream of allowing myself to fall to fatigue and boredom and despair. Certainly not boredom. Alright. Onward and forward. Tothrin will be the first to disperse. Heading to the archives to prepare and kind of scope out the city for where he intends to be. Fing and Srisk lead the way for Hassan and Loka to head to the port. And Fehu sticks with Peshmina and Zoran to head to the temple to access their teleportation circle.
Alright.
I gotta find sister-in-law first.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I also stand to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I was about to say, do we want to take our 15?
Sure.
Sounds
good.
like a plan. Alright. Pausing the recording, BRB. Beep. So, we've officially split the party. Zoran, you are taking Zerga to the Ymir Acting Guild.
I am.
Or one of their production groups,
Yeah.
presumably.
I think you take Fehu or Zerga?
Fehu.
Fehu.
Zerga's just, I think Zerga's heading back to Mirage.
Check on
Zerga will probably wait, will hang out in Althra until Fehu gets back, and then they'll go back together. We can play that out if you want to, but I'm also willing to just be like, yeah, you do that.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a whole lot want to do with it. Just be like, okay, I'm here. I'm trying to find someone that'll work for this. Good? Yes? No? Maybe so? Awesome. Here you go. Goodbye.
Easy enough to get Zerga, Fehu, in contact with the right people. And they're more than happy to work with her, especially after Fehu pulls out a surprising amount of gold. So yeah, they're immediately scheming about this whole thing, and then Fehu's like, "All right, I'll get back to you. Like we can do auditions." They have scheduled auditions for the role of Fehu that night. And in the meantime, Fehu will take Peshmina and Zoran to the temple to take advantage of their teleportation circle to get them to Brodor, to the Stone Tree. Anything y'all would like to happen in that interim?
Sorry, I'll be honest, I zoned out just a little bit in that moment. Where are we in the current timeline of things happening?
So, Fehu is going to help you all. Oh, because you're planning on going to Matla first, right?
Yes. Peshmina would have sent a missive after kind of getting confirmation from everyone of just like, Tizil, please be ready to meet us in Central Matla, like, imminently.
Yeah. He probably left as soon as he got that, so he'll probably be in Central Matla by the evening.
Okay.
Afternoon. So you might beat him there, but he will be there.
Okay.
And Feihu is more than happy to do that for you. To do the castings of Teleportation Circle. I feel like she schmoozes a little bit with the Kolkaran priests to help get access to the Teleportation Circle, but easy enough either way. Loka and Hassan, Finglash brings you all back to the ship and will show you. Loka especially will Hassan, you're welcome to snoop if you want, but Fing is not explicitly showing this to you. Loka, you inquired about spare bags of holding, which they also have. It'll also notable that this is an entirely different crew than last you saw with them. It looks like this is entirely people from the couriers, okay. Which Finglash may be making a move for, power grab-wise. It seems like Fing has a lot of respect from this crew in general, in a way that was not necessarily the case when you last left Fing and Srisk off. But has several additional bags of holding, and most of the crew members have one of their own that they wear basically at all times, it seems like. But Fing brings you below deck and is just like, this was a particular enchantment we got done on the ship. This is the hold of holding. And we'll like open so the lower part of the ship has effectively like an extra door, like very thoroughly locked door at the back of it, and that opens into like a vault size room, like are significantly bigger than would be even remotely feasible. Like it opens into something the size of like a galleon's hold. Like, so this ship can transport way more than it looks like on the outside. So, should we be to, I don't know, encounter some kind of horde?
This is the smuggling ship.
I figure we could, you know, probably take some of it with us.
Fing, I have 2 questions.
Sure.
Both of them are equally as important as the other. The first question is, how the fuck did you get the money for this?
Oh, crap. You can pay a wizard a lot of money to not ask questions, it turns out. We actually got the same wizard who worked on the Tanaran bank vaults to do this for us.
By force or by...
Oh no, by coin.
Okay. The second question I have... What happens if the ship goes down?
So, there's a few options, depending on what happens to this room and this door specifically. The ship goes down, the door's intact, nothing. The vault remains the same, we simply lose access to it. It's like, what happened if you sold shut the top of a bag of holding? If the door is open when the ship goes down and the interior gets destroyed, bad things. Usually the interior will collapse in on itself and lose anything inside. Not the ideal. That's why we don't try and keep anything in here for the long term, just for the transport. We'll also frequently keep the most valuable items still just in the hold itself.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Other than that, I mean, there's a chance it ruptures into some sort of extraplanar black hole, but I think that only happens if we bring some sort of... We've got a big list of warning. There's actually, like, a book next to it that is, like, the extended warning of extra-dimensional interactions and how that could cause, like, a rift in space-time. The big one's, like, don't bring in a portable hole into a bag of holding, I think is the big one. And that counts for the hold of holding as well. Nested bags and holds of holding are just fine, but anything that would create an anti-material barrier, an anti-material hole, or puncture into an extra-dimensional space is a real no-go.
So don't bring a hole into the holding hold.
Correct, and don't try to teleport out of it.
Okay.
You could try teleporting into it, but you just wouldn't be able to.
But you can bring more holding into the holding hold.
Correct, you can bring bags of holding into the hold of holding.
Okay. Alright, now that I'm completely understanding what's going on here.
No, we tend to hold our bags of holding in the hold of holding.
I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah.
That's
Naturally.
where it would go.
So yeah, I thought you might be interested in that. Well, I think we've got plenty of space.
Okay.
Well, I say for a horde of hordes, maybe not. But
Well, it is a hold of holdings, so...
I don't know if you can fit a horde of horde into a hold of holdings. Hold of holding.
Oh, you almost had it! You lost it!
It's too many R's and L's.
Too many H's.
Indeed.
I think the
Need
H's
to ask.
got you there.
Need to ask her to say purple burglar alarm.
I'm not Scottish, I'm Midwest Irish.
Close enough.
I'm a weird accent no one can describe.
Purple burglar alarm.
Anyway. Yeah, so we'll leave you with that information, and just like whips couriers into shape, gets ready to take off immediately, heading for the stone tree.
I have questions, though.
Please.
So you're gonna become like the big boss then, or?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I think our current leadership's doing just fine as it is, but, you know, as soon as they're no longer interested in the position, I figured I'd posture myself for, the second in command, at least. They're doing good work down there, and I think they're doing keeping the couriers clean is something that I really, admire about current leadership that, some of my contemporaries don't quite agree with on the same level.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, if you need any other big hitters, I mean, I'm your local.
Oh, I'm
So-
certain. We've got you in mind, especially if you ever choose to settle down. We've already got a business arrangement of our own.
That's true. Is it working out well for you? Or is
Oh,
it-
very much. I actually spend you was under the horde as a bit of my main location. Not so much for keeping stuff, but for meeting folks. It's a nice place. In most meetings we can simply have it above board. Have a good drink, have a meal. But well, if we need to do some shady dealing, just out into the river. Canal works well enough, so it's a great place.
Hey, good. I'm glad you like it. I like it too. I don't remember what it looks like already because I haven't been there in a while. But after all this is said and done, I think that's where I'm gonna go.
It's very you, so I think you'll like it when you return. You kind of made it very you, so
I don't think I can do anything any other way.
I think you're right. Alright, boys, up in the rigging, let's get this thing on the road. Well, off the road, into the sky. You know, all the above.
You, Brodor and War and Death!
Catchy.
Would that help?
I think it was very motivating.
Okay. Hurry up, you scallywags!
Should
I
I?
haven't said that in a while.
Should I be doing something?
He saw us being here this entire time.
The entire crew, Hasan, have been moving around you as if you are a barrel. Just like very perfectly sidestepping you while going about their tasks.
Hasan feels a little awkward and just starts like he's already a quartermaster. Does anyone need me to take notes? I'll just be sitting here taking notes on everyone. Starts watching people and writing in his notebook what people are doing. If not for what else is he supposed to do right now?
Yeah. You've done all the planning, and now it's time for sitting and riding on an airship.
Yeah.
That's the fun part, though.
Certainly can be.
Hassan, they have a hold of holding.
What?
A hold of holding. They've got a whole hold of holding. And the hold of the ship.
Are you implying the existence of a bag of holding but supersized as to be modified as to be the hold of a ship?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. That is fascinating. Yeah. I suppose. But there's no way we could possibly. There's no possible way with what we have, since they're going to be leaving afterwards. It's not like we're going to be able to put any horde into the hold.
No, definitely not. There won't be any time after all is said and done for an airship to land and for the crew to unload and to take in all of the horde and then put it back on the airship after all threats are past. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a lost cause. It's very sad.
I almost agree. Certainly after the Varrock falls, I'm sure there will no doubt there will be several higher-ranking lieutenants scampering with whatever is left. We won't even have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, that's darn, really. I was looking forward to it, but you know what, you're right. I think your pessimism is well warranted.
I'm happy you agree with me on this.
Snap out of it, you crazy bird!
Did you slap at him or something? You're shaking.
I definitely like slapped the table.
Ow, fuck. Oh, hey, Jesus. Look.
We put so much planning into this. We've gathered all of our friends. We're about to do the damn thing. Stop! Everybody's being so negative. Pasmina's being negative. You're being negative. That's nothing new. But stop it! For one time in your goddamn life, hey son, be happy. We're doing something good, and we're gonna do the damn thing, and it's gonna go well. Because if it doesn't, a lot of bad shit's gonna happen, and we don't want to think about that. So if we don't think about it, we just say, okay, this is gonna go good. This is gonna go great. Then it's gonna go great.
How do you stop your brain then? How do I just stop?
You tell your brain, hey there, mister. Shut up! Shut up or I'll strangle you!
I tried that, I just tried that, it refused. What do I do when it refuses?
I don't know, I've never had to go that far. Okay, well, talk to me.
Flagon?
You ever flown Flagon? Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe some booze while it down. Waiting with dread. Made better by drink.
Because that'll help. Loka does get you a flagon. Not a flagon.
Flagon.
What the hell is that word? A mug. There we go.
A mug of ale. Hey, some will drink. Everything is going to go good. Nothing's going to go wrong. We have planned this well. I have planned this well. I'm gonna win. This is going to go well.
Yes. Now you're getting it.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Only positive thoughts. Positive thoughts lead to positive action. Or something like that. I don't know. That's what everybody tells me, and I don't really get it, but I think it works.
Speaking of, Peshmina and Zoran. You arrive in Central Matla pretty quickly. And by quickly, we mean almost instantaneously, due to the nature of teleportation.
Wow.
Once again, you've done this enough that you can actually, like, feel the difference in time you spend in transit based on the distance between the locations you're going between. This is a very middling distance that you've teleported before. It's not the longest, not the shortest. Go ahead and pull up Central Matla.
Probably a semi-significant temperature difference by now.
Yes, considerably. As we had a harvest, now we're back in. I guess the festival's probably over.
Yeah, we haven't had a reason to like modify the board, so it's still just got decorations all over the place.
But still a good number of people milling about. And you've got a little bit of time before you bet Zeal will be here to meet you. Anything you'd like to do in the meantime? Or just sit and wait?
I think just kind of initially, just kind of getting her bearings. Peshmina would just sort of like not walk very far or anything, just kind of get a sense of like, are people still here? Like
there are. It looks like the vast majority of people in Central Matla, and there is like quite a number, split about 50-50 of people like kind of heads down, business as normal, and a lot of people preparing. There's a lot of people just kind of like, I mean, there are people who are planning to stay in Matla. There are a lot of people who are not planning on abandoning this location. And it looks like there's about a 50-50 split of, if you spend like an hour or so walking around and observing, you can find out that most of the arbiters, there's like a surprisingly high density of arbiters in Central Matla, more than you would suppose otherwise, that appear to be doing a combination of talking with locals who appear to be armed with some like sparse armor and spears and such, doing some like militia organizing, and a number of people, and the other like half of those arbiters are like organizing people, getting people like directed. There's a lot of people coming into Central Matla, so you think it might be a sort of meeting point, so people can like, who are planning on an exodus, can do so like in groups in exodus, like strength in numbers, staying safer together.
Yeah. Huh.
It's a little tense, for sure.
Yeah. I feel like she feels not, it's not exactly comforted. Maybe kind of like somewhere between like a little bit relieved, a little bit proud of like people like standing their ground. But also there's definitely some fear, some worry mixed in with that.
For sure.
Oh. It will probably be some time yet before we actually meet with Zeal. Anyone still happen to have an appetite?
Can't say that I don't. Everything's very on sale. I mean, so relevantly for this context, and I think it's something like Feihu in particular points out, having lived through a few different conflicts, one of the ways Matla's just built different is it seems like all the people staying, the people here in Central Matla, the people who are still selling, still doing commerce with people who are on their way out, who are fleeing the conflict, they're not gouging, they're selling. Like,
Yeah.
Most nations, especially nations concerned particularly with capital, would be trying to make a buck, trying to take advantage of all the people on the way out who may have literally no use for money in the meantime. But a lot of, like, all the local, like, if you're going to, like, a bakery or a restaurant, several of which, like, notably of the times, there's a non-zero of, even in Central Matla, businesses that are just straight closed now, as their occupants have decided to leave. But when it comes to, like, basic supplies, like, it seems that businesses are, like, filling water barrels, giving, like, hardtack and rations. Bakeries have started baking, like survival bread, like rations have been alongside, like, a croissant, and, like, their other normal bakery things have, like, super cheap, might even be just giving them away, like, provisions for people heading out on the road. The response to this seems to be very organized and aid focused.
All right.
You see, like, not every once in a while you get a flash of, like, a hawk guard. Not frequent, because the leader, the left hand of the hawk guard didn't exactly come with much of an entourage, but they're present, certainly.
I don't remember her name.
It's also
Like,
just
the
trying
one-
to think of her name.
I can picture it, I just don't
Did I save her?
remember.
For some reason, the name Nicole came to mind, but I don't think that's necessarily...
Not that. I can't for the life of me remember.
Oh, it's here somewhere. Renee. Captain Renee.
Renee!
Ah.
Yes. Is she here?
She doesn't appear to be in Central Matla right now.
Yeah. That is fine.
But easy enough to grab a bite. Restaurants are still serving. It's very easy to get a table. Or just, like, grab something and go. There is just, like, a lot of mutual general concern and, like, stoicism and melancholy. More people than ever are wearing swords. Like, have weapons on them.
I'd say maybe Peshmina doesn't look so out of place with the
Not as
wave on
much
her
here
back now.
anymore, as opposed to, like, it being very, very uncommon in the area. And you can tell, like, the vast majority of them are very rough, very basic. You can make the guess that a lot of them were, like, hewn out of plows. Spear tips made from horseshoes, like, whatever metal they can get that people don't need anymore. But you're not waiting too long until you see a familiar face coming up from the road out down to Fandeel. I'm realizing, do I have an alternative mini for Zeal?
I don't think we have, like, a friendly Zeal.
That's very funny.
Unfortunate. Oh well.
I'll do my best to change that at some point. That's very funny.
Could I?
We only have a combat-ready Zeal.
Oh, here, yes.
My Tailspire crashed,
you're good.
shockingly.
Oops.
Haha.
We do only have the one Zeal. All right.
Tragic.
No mask, no magic.
We're saying
well,
probably
here, I'll
more
just-
like
God.
plain clothes.
We'll just
I
turn
want-
him this way so
I
that
want
it
it to be
won't
known.
be visible.
We're getting brought to this board. I'm on the Hodgehog, like the racing pit.
That's very funny.
That is what was zoomed in for this map. It's just perfectly right there.
Amazing.
On the racing pit. I love that.
Silly.
Hodge-
Hodge pig, that's what it was. I
the
couldn't
Hodge
remember
pig.
what it was.
The Hodge pigs are refugees now.
Yeah, yeah.
But they're lucky. The Hodge pigs are not provisions.
Yeah?
They're lucky. I feel like Pashmina preemptively had ordered something that she believed Zeal would
Yeah.
appreciate. And I think instead of she doesn't wave Zeal. I think she gets up first and just goes and
Yeah.
hugs, obviously, just first reaction.
Zeal is breathing heavy. You get the sense that Zeal may have run here, done the jog, may or may not have caught a ride, or at least maybe only caught a ride part of the way. Tight hug back. And in that tight hug, you can feel musculature restored somewhat. Has clearly been being fed very well while staying with Wilmorn and Ophistine.
Of course.
Has been
Would be disappointed if that was not true.
doing a lot of restless exercise, and as such has regained a lot of his physique. You can see the tattoos, still very much covering his body, have started to fade somewhat. But also doesn't appear to be particularly interested in covering them up much still.
Yeah. That's his
Okay, good to see you. Good to see you.
you.
Gestures at Zeron, I think. And I don't think we've met. Gestures at Feihu, and Feihu's just yes, I'm Lady Feihu of Mara. I'm not particularly important in this conversation, I don't think. I think this is going to be largely between the three of you, but it's lovely to meet you, and I'll probably be helping you all get out of here with magic stuff. Anyway. Kind of buries her snout in a tart.
Is Libra here too?
Oh, yeah,
Or
he would
did
be, huh?
Libra stick with
Oh, Libra would be
Loka
with
and
you.
Hasan? Okay. Because I think it'd be funny either way.
I mean, Libra's his own person, but
Yeah.
I mean, his choice.
It just
would
makes the
probably
most
be-
sense. Oh, wait, sorry.
Oh my god!
I forgot.
The mask and everything. Jeez.
It's the only pose I have of him in this outfit.
Funny.
Iconic.
We have got a new Motley Crew, Pashmina? Same Motley
more
Crew?
So, accruing people as we speak.
Oh.
And also
I
just split up at the moment.
I'm that, huh? Also, somewhat.
Somewhat, depending
Okay.
on. You're looking well, which is good to see.
Better, at least.
Better.
Kind of flicks his wrists and fingers a little bit. It's just I think the magic stuff is gone now. Can't cast anything for the life of me except for what I used to be able to do as a kid. So just some few sparks and flames and whatnot. Been training up with some of the other folks, trying to get back into shape, and I'm I don't know, I'm at 80%, I would say. I think all things considered.
80%'s not nothing.
It's not nothing. I've also been working on the endurance, but... Whew, alright, anyway. What are we doing? What's the plan? The fast things are happening. I was thinking about joining the militia, but... sounds like y'all have a plan?
A word for it.
Ooh, not confident in the plan. That's good to hear.
Well, some are more confident than others. It's
Noted.
it's in progress and also a work in progress. My question to you is, we're heading to the pinnacle.
Ooh.
Now.
Now. Okay.
Can I do a kind of evaluation through a roll of does Zeal actually seem fit enough for such an endeavor?
Yeah, give me a
he
medicine.
seems-
Medicine or survival? And also, I'd say I'll give you advantage on this because it's Zeal. You know Zeal. You've sparred with Zeal for a good chunk of your life. You are more familiar with his physique than most other people.
They're the same bonus, but I'll flavor it with medicine, I think. Kind of. I mean, that's a 17 plus 7.
Yeah, 24 is quite good. I mean, like he said, endurance seems to be his real thing.
Yeah.
He's definitely like, for just like a normal person, he is above average fitness. You imagine like if he was part of the militia, he would be like very good at it compared to like your kind of doughboy Motla civilians who are getting who are volunteering. Like he would be better than a volunteer soldier.
Even if he's not as good as his top fitness that Peshmina is familiar with, he's still exceptional.
Yeah.
Like
he'll be quite sharp. The thing that you can like get through that, I'll just kind of give you a rundown of like his physical ability with that kind of medicine. 24 is very good. Y'all are sure are level 14. The like he can run very good. He is and will be an exceptional task doer. In that he has monk speed. Right, like he can run places, he can go real fast, he can travel at speeds, he has exceptional endurance. He'll be definitely competent in hand-to-hand combat, but would likely struggle in large open conflict. Like, he would be super useful if you need someone to hold off some grunts or go, like, run a task simultaneously to what else you all are doing. He would be great at just, like, being boots on the ground. But it's not like he's going to be able to, like, go toe-to-toe with a general or a big monster or, like, a horde. Not alone, anyway.
I think I'll let this ultimately be your decision. But I'll ask it. Would you prefer to stay here and help with the efforts here, or would you like to go with us to the Pinnacle?
I mean, I'm just thinking about it honestly. I care a lot about the people here that I've come to know for a bit, and I mean it's my home. That's just true. I spent a lot more time with you than I have with Motla. And I'm making sure those kids get out of here, so they're safe already, or about to be.
Good.
So I'm not worried about them. Hawkguard and the Arbiters are doing the best they can. Renee's a good bean, but there's only so much they can do numbers-wise. I think I'd rather go with you.
Then I'd say it's settled, no?
Yep. Sounds just about like it. So, where are we bunking? Where's your dragons? What's your whole deal?
Well, firstly, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
And right to it. Okay.
As for... Well, one of those kind of glances over at Feihu. That's...
Oh, shit. That was kind of a joke. I'm sorry.
Surprise!
Waves a hand.
Little jazz hands, as they say.
I believe you'll meet at least one other, potentially, that is not, on the other side of the conflict. Maybe. We'll see. So from here, we're actually just teleporting straight to Brodor.
Oh, damn. Alright.
I mean, if you're ready, if...
Yeah, no, I've got everything I own on me, so let's make it happen.
We really don't have time for...
No, let's get moving.
Ah, wonderful.
I
This is
missed
going
you.
to be
Miss you too, Mina.
Exciting. Exciting.
I'm just trying not to throw up. Alright, to Brodor.
Whirlwind tour of Rakentha, right up. Okay.
Pretty much.
And yeah, Fehu will help the lot of you head back to the Temple of Bahamut so that you can teleport over to the stone tree. And easily enough done. In the meantime, the airship's on its way. It'll probably be about a day. The biggest thing being you got to go over the mountains, which we're going to be rolling weather for. Because getting over the mountains, even in an airship, is no simple feat. Thinner air, much colder conditions make running the airship at full capacity a lot harder. Currently, Fing and the engineer are not super worried about hiding this far out. Like, they're just an airship traveling. They're not worried about... They're going full steam because it doesn't really matter right now. As soon as they crest the mountains and start getting within, like, telescope, silhouette, light sight line of... the coalition proper, they'll probably start implementing some more stealthful maneuvers. But as of right now, they're full steam ahead. You know what? Let's just roll that right now.
Is there anything that I can do to aid that? Or...
That's a good question. What do you think you would try to do to aid that?
That's why I asked you the question. I don't know.
To aid our stealth, or what?
I mean, along with Fing, you got two at least you got a beefy druid and a partial druid on board. So, like, I think if you wanted to try and like work together to manipulate the weather or like kind of come to peace with the environment for the benefit of your crew, I'd let you do that if you wanted to.
Yeah. His son can help with this as well, actually.
Yeah.
If so, the thing in question is keeping us from being seen, or what is the thing in question again?
Waylaid by weather, while you're traveling over the mountains.
Okay, no, Heisan cannot help with this.
You need help with whatever they're doing, I guess, to some extent. The thing I'm going to ask, I'll let you mechanically help if you'd like to. I'm going to ask Loka if you want to roll nature with advantage because Fing is helping you, and you can give Bardic if you'd like to, Heisan.
I'd love to give Bardic. Reroll the D10.
Reroll the D10. Let me find. Oh my god, I wish I could keep these rolls for forever.
Y'all are rolling hot today.
That's a 25, and I haven't even used the Bardic.
Damn.
That's gonna be a hot. What's 25 plus 8? 33.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's a hell of a thing.
That's a hot 33.
Little bit of a pivot then here, because Heisan, your party to this. I think what a lot of this is Fing and Loka, like. This is a climate both of you are very alien to. You're from the sea, and you're trying to, like, make peace with the sky to some extent when it comes to kind of understanding and being one with your own environment here. But you're doing your best.
I was going to say, though, air currents are a thing. Much
Yeah.
like there are currents in the ocean, right?
Absolutely. I think that makes sense for, like, what you end up really connecting to here. Is that identification that, like, we're not so different, you and I. But in a very different way. And I think I'll pose to Heisan, what do you hear as the airship passes up and over these mountains, as the wind kind of howls around you collectively? What's your experience of this like?
Mostly being so high up is something slightly overwhelming and slightly, even for him, out of reach. He's something he wants desperately to understand but can't. The highest he's been is up at the pinnacle of the archive, at the dais at the very top. And I think as they are cresting the air, cresting through there, he cannot help but think of I guess, his only encounter with the old wind, and sort of look back towards the range of the fascia. Because we're not passing over the fascia right now. We're passing over.
Yeah, you're past the fascia.
Yeah. As to what he's hearing, I think it's mostly just something similar to the... So he has a feeling just similar to how he feels towards Loka's brand of magic in general. It is something he knows he is inherently connected to through sort of, I hate to say it, but his heritage in a way. Primordial is his mother tongue, but the magic that is so associated with it and is something so alien is something entirely alien to him, and he cannot sort of fathom it. So there's a sort of, I don't know how to describe it more than that. I apologize.
No, that's amazing and perfect. And I think that with that, not only then, Loka, do you find in your navigation here with Fing, and I think that's what this ends up manifesting as, is Fing figuring out and choosing how to navigate this space best, having identified and gelled with the environment, is not just quiet, steady stillness, but even a current that you can ride, updrafts and forward winds that like boost you along on your way and will easily get you to Stone Tree tonight.
Damn.
You'll be late in the evening, probably close to midnight, but you'll get there. Zeron Peshmina. Oh, please.
I was thinking too, like, if Loka is working along the rigging of this ship at all, I think he'd be humming like a what's the word I'm looking for? I just had it. Oh, my
Shanty?
fucking... No. I mean,
No?
yes, but no. It's a very specific word. Essentially like a leitmotif, if you know what that is.
Yeah.
Like a leitmotif of the Song of Creation. Just like a little
Holding a
snippet
theme.
of it. Yeah, not like the full theme, just a snippet. And I can't
Like
think
a
of that.
refrain?
No.
No.
It's a smaller snippet.
Small.
But I can't think what that word is. But anyways.
Yeah. And you feel the airship almost carried along by its environment, by those currents.
I think Haesong would join in if that's the song you choose.
I don't think it's chosen. I think he just starts humming.
And that's
what
kind
it is.
Zeron Peshmina and Entourage.
And friends.
Feihu safely escorts you via teleportation to the stone tree. She'll take a second to step outside with you to like stand on the plateau and kind of observe the wild area that is.
I was gonna say, I think
the Stone
Petrina
Tree
would
Plateau.
at least be like, you need to at least like look at this library because
Yeah.
holy shit.
And she will. She'll actually write down the runes for the teleportation circle because that is deeply interesting. Take a quick look. It doesn't get like really out of sight of the entrance in the library, and we'll take a peek outside. But before too long, well, you'll probably see Ziraj first, who's still hanging around the stone tree. Cuts an imposing silhouette on the plateau against the open range. And you note that Ziraj has a mount with him for the first time. Mentioned the tigers of the steppe briefly.
Holy shit.
And has a like great one with like plated armor strapped to him. That Ziraj like is kind of casually riding on the plateau before he comes into before you all come into view, and he steps off and walks over.
I feel like I feel like Peshmina can't help it. It's a big cat. It's a big cat. It's like a little bit starstruck, but more in the way of just like, this is a big, beautiful animal, and it's also a cat, and I have to pet it. Just like, before even like truly greeting Ziraj. It's like, you're gorgeous! Wow!
The Tiger clearly like tenses up for a second as you approach, but then like looks to Ziraj, and Ziraj gives like kind of a smile and a hand wave, and then like he relaxes and kind of like rolls over.
I have never seen such an animal before.
He's very well trained. He's a good one.
Like chin scritches, just gives like the like under chin around the ears scritches that all cats like.
You get the like tiger-sized equivalent of a purring rumble that is like almost terrifying. It is like it is clearly a sound of joy, but the way it reverberates nearby is like, oh yeah, that is a giant murder machine. Oh boy.
Big rumbly engine. Okay, cool. Oh, hi, Ziraj.
Hello. Happy you all made it here safe and sound.
Indeed, though we're still waiting on the rest of the entourage, who are arriving by airship.
I see. All right. That'll be interesting to see.
Which we should note. We were hoping that you would agree to being on said airship.
Interesting. I'm not against the idea. Who else will be manning the vehicle vessel?
So they're close friends of Loka. Though Loka won't necessarily be on the ship once after a certain point. So it'll just be those that Loka trusts, and then their crew.
Well, if you all trust them, I do too. Duran, how's the archery going?
Doing my best. Trying to keep up with it.
I see you've got something a little bit more attuned to your proportions.
With all the measurements that you have given me, actually, yes.
Good. Excellent.
I've been trying, obviously, since I don't have my mentor around.
I'm here now if
Been
you
difficult.
want the help, but
We
I
have time
understand
to
we
kill.
have other matters, but if you say the airship will be here, and they kind of like look off into the distance and do not see an airship. She's like,
I think we have a little bit of time to kill.
certainly.
Until then.
Hey, show me how you've done.
Oh dear.
And meanwhile, Feihu will kind of like, before you walk off, just say, I think I'll be getting back to Althra. Have some things to settle with Zerga, and then we'll be back to Mirage shortly. But obviously, best of luck to all of you, and hopefully all of us doing our part will do well in this endeavor.
Pashmina runs up and gives a big hug before she goes.
Feihu will give you a big hug back.
Be safe. Take care of each other.
Of course. You two, Zeron?
Of
Reaches out, opens arms for hug.
Oh, come here. Gives the hug and does like the farewell kiss on each cheek sort of thing.
Absolutely. Gives a very friendly smile and nod to Libra and Zeal. And to both of them, gesturing at Zeron and Pashmina, just like, you take care of them, alright? Alright. Whew! Alright, good luck. Lots of teleporting today. And heads back into the Hunter's Archive to head back to Althra.
Poor thing. I hope that doesn't drain her magic too much for the day.
We have very nice sleep tonight, I'm sure. It'll be okay. It'll be okay.
You've got some time to train. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you were going to demonstrate for us?
Stop, I get shy when there's a crowd.
Once again, you've got your mentor with you, which means if at the end of a session or rather evening, you'd like to shift levels, you've got the opportunity.
I'm gonna have to look at something.
Yeah. It's two at a time with access to your mentor.
Yeah. It's just because I think if I take this one level off, I lose one of my big funny. Yeah, wait. No, I lose my ASI. Can't do that.
Right.
Can't do that. I like having 20 charisma.
That's reasonable.
A level 3 in fighter, good, but my ASI, no. But yeah, I'm just gonna just take a few shots.
Yeah, for sure.
Impress everyone.
Probably. Did you up your levels in fighter at all since you were hanging out with Zeraj? Still
No.
fighter 2, right? Yeah, okay.
I am Warlock 12, fighter 2. My
So,
last 2 levels were in Warlock.
You've definitely maintained your skill. And I think Zeraj is very happy to see that, like, you've helped yourself a lot by just, like, increasing your equipment. Like, having a longbow more suited to you, getting one that's enchanted, especially, like, you're landing shots way more consistently at, like, long range. And that's really helping you out with, like, actually having this be an effective tool, even if it's not quite as an effective tool as your spells. Because, you know, regardless of how good Eldritch Blast is, 150 to 600 feet is in fact more than 120 feet. So, yeah, doing quite well. And I think it's not that long after, like, you've got an evening of practice, and I think Zeraj kind of, like, unexpectedly drills you for the duration, keeping you on your toes and on point for this. And I don't know whoever of you might want to, or maybe it's Zeal or Libra, spot the airship as a dot on the horizon as the sun is going down. And as night draws to a close and then deepens into stars, approaches close enough that it's soon going to land.
Alright.
I think Zeraj kind of, like, pauses to take a glance at it up and down as it, like, is starting to set down on the plateau with just a, like, ooh, that's quite a vessel. It's a bit small, but that is convenient for our purposes, I would bet.
Should be nimble.
Oh, that means Winona will have to go home. Here, come. And we'll get the tiger over and, like, help take off all of her armor plates. Has clearly been acting as, like, mounted cavalry in the area, to some extent. And we'll just collect her armor and, like, place it in one of the nearby tents. And just give her a, like, big scritches. Huge, the kind of scratching only an orc with a 7-foot-tall orc with enormous arms can do. And then we'll send her on her way. And she clearly, like, has a path to navigate home from. Loka Hane-san, you've arrived at the plateau.
In the dead of night.
In the dead of night.
Well, I guess it's time to find
Find
friends.
Yeah.
Yep.
Easy enough. There's not many airships on the plateau, so I imagine Pashmina and Zeron would be more than able to navigate over to the airship. Internally. Okay, so Fing, Sresk, Libra, Zeal, Zeraj, NPCs. Got it. Okay. They all get on the boat. It is easy enough to load on. Fing kind of, like, gets everyone on board and directs them accordingly. Fing is clearly intending to, like, get the show on the road ASAP. Now that especially now that it's dark and they're getting closer to Herax, moving more slowly and more carefully, but is predicting that you all should be able to get to Herax proper in the next 2 days. And not Herax proper, get to the pinnacle in the next 2 days, meaning less than 2 days, probably a day and a half of safe travel. Just kind of, like, looks...
That's traveling just by night, right?
Correct.
Okay.
By night and safely. Gives a... Alright. I think it's everyone aboard. Happy to meet everyone. We've got quarters for everyone. We've got rations for everyone. We've got supplies and the whatnot. But let's get on the road as soon as we can. Other than that, anything we need to know before we get going?
I don't think so.
We will be. Sorry, did we settle on traveling at night mostly?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Moving carefully and then dropping y'all off pretty close to the pinnacle. Like, on the outskirts of the pinnacle.
I would say, I think the idea is as we get closer and more observable, we would take more precautions, like masking the sound and masking our visibility somehow. But other than that...
Okay, that's fine. Just wanted to make sure. Because during the daytime, even if they're probably going to be sleeping during the daytime, Isan does have things he wants to try with Zeraj again.
Mm.
And I don't know if my 20-foot fog cloud is going to help at all.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So,
Foot?
as you all get on the road, let's talk about magical abilities. Let's talk about what's going on when it comes to... getting this thing obscured at night as best we can.
Right. So Isan has 2, potentially 3. 2, potentially 3 options for that. One is Major Illusion. Major Illusion can create anything. Can create any what's word. Can create any illusion, any sort of visible phenomenon that is no larger than a 20-foot cube. And at a 6th level, I can have that last indefinitely until it's dispelled and won't require concentration.
Gotcha. How long? Sorry, could you repeat how big and how long specifically?
20-foot cube, and with a sixth level slot or higher, I have a 6 and a 7, so I have 2 slots for this. I can make it last indefinitely, or until dispelled.
Gotcha. So you could do that, like, is it concentration?
No.
So you could do it multiple times to, like, cover more area and have it just, like, stay.
Yes.
So that's a big one. That's probably the most powerful one. Fing, being a druid, has an amount of weather manipulation. Like, it's not what the spell mechanically does, but she has access to stuff like call lightning and sleet storm and commune with nature, and can, like, help lend credence to, if you're disguising as, like, a weather anomaly, to, like, just make it just actually be weather also. So that helps somewhat. She can do stuff with that. I think she might have access to silence. I don't remember. I think maybe not. I don't think that's on druids.
Well, I've got Thunderwave too.
You got Thunderwave?
Yeah, if they want to do lightning.
Yeah, so if you're trying to mask sound. And the big thing is just the engine. So Hassan, also you. Silence is a lower level than the spell you need to cast the big illusions, right?
Yes, and it only lasts about 10 minutes, and it is concentration.
Noted.
Because here's the thing, even if Hassan has two illusions, he would have to be actively manipulating them, is the thing, even if they don't require concentration.
Which is difficult. Like, that's not insignificant. Not an insignificant effort. Then in that case, and the plan is to be doing that when necessary at night. Like, basically whenever you would be visible, even in the dark, to, like, the lands of the Haraxan Coalition.
Yeah.
Oh, I mentioned that survival roll. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now.
The 33 that I did?
No, that was the nature roll.
Oh.
I'm talking about Fing being a navigator, that roll. The one that I mentioned, like, kind of breaking the fourth wall back in.
Yeah.
Should I add Bardic to that, or is this going to?
You know, we're all helping, so I think so. I think she'll roll flat, but you can definitely Bardic.
Okay.
14's quite good. Yeah. So she's already at a 23. How's the Bardic?
Let's see. Second one, both 7s.
Both 7s. So exactly 30. Damn, rolling hot today. So yeah.
I'll just roll hot garbage next session.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as it's a threat. Perfect. Get all those good rolls out of the way now.
Listen, I haven't rolled yet, so I could absolutely tank it for the rest of us later. So, don't worry.
So, yeah, with Fing's navigation especially, keeping you all pretty close to that coast from where you are in Stone Tree, which is, like, a bit north of Salamir. Over those woods, along the coast, toward the pinnacle. You're in the sky that is visible to Brodor very quickly, or to the Haraxan Coalition quite quickly, like probably already tonight. And you don't want to get too close to the water, even in terms of, like, dozens of feet, because the wind currents will batter... Motif, gotcha. Because the winds will batter the airship so much that it would be unpilotable. So, doing all of this, having good navigation, having a really good point. So even if you are seen and identified as an airship, it'll look like you're slightly moving more toward the Northern Isles instead of like staying in the Rukenthan continent and heading toward the pinnacle. And also maintaining this. Can you roll a deception or performance? Yeah, either of those. And Loka, you mentioned using your thunder wave to help with, like, sound stuff.
Yeah, if we're doing, like, lightning.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll let you do with some of that spell casting and combined with like some of Thing's spell casting. I'll let you roll with advantage. Y'all are doing a lot of pre-planning in this stage.
So performance?
Performance or deception to convincingly disguise the airship.
All the same, I'll just do performance. 23.
23. Hard to say. I'm gonna make some perception rolls that you're not allowed to know the results of.
Yeah, I got a 10 for the Thunder Wave, if that's what we're doing.
I'm just giving advantage instead of a flat bonus. But noted. All right.
Roll Hey, roll 2d6. Roll that damage on that Thunder Wave.
No, I'm good. I just rolled a 1 and a 4 on my d20s, so I don't think we want to see the results of that.
7.
And also, it's 2d8, but...
Oh, 2d8.
All right. So for the 6 hours of the night, I have rolled 6 perception checks. You don't see any major flares going up. You don't hear anything going on. But you are making your best effort to remain concealed and remain reasonably facing the right, navigating. Is there anything you all would like to do as you are traveling the following evening? That whole 6 hours is just going to be riding via airship. As far as NPCs, like inter-NPC stuff going on, I think Ziraj is actually talking a lot with Thing and the crew, getting them prepared if they end up being in ship-to-dragon combat.
Yeah.
They're doing a lot of like correspondence there. I think Zeal and Libra are actually like talking quite a bit, especially like kind of back and forth when it comes to being like they're both Dex fighters. So like kind of exchanging notes, talking about like what's going on with them, how like sharing technique. They don't have enough room to like spar or anything, but like they're socializing. And I think they kind of know that if a task needs to be done, they might get paired together to do it. So like trying to collaborate on that front. Srisk is pumping iron in the bay. Lovable crocodile himbo.
Who's spotting him?
No one. He doesn't need a spot. Spots are for weak.
Fuck yeah.
Oh my god.
Fuck yeah.
Spots are for
Meathead.
cowards.
Incredible.
I think Haesong gets annoyed at that. Like, you look at the obvious safety hazard, and is going to performance of creation of, like, some living suit of armor, so to say.
To spot.
Like, yeah, to spot for him.
Extremely funny. As soon as you do, he finishes his set and walks away.
What do I do with you now? Looks at the,
there's a suit of armor just standing there, ready to spot anyone. Like it has been created for a purpose, and it's ready at their like tiny little corner workout station, just ready, prepared.
I think Haesong, like, between, like, he's not doing the picking shit up. He's not doing the illusion right now. He's like, maybe if I tried picking up a weight, that's an 8 to pick up the weight.
Not the bench weight. You're not. You might be able to pick up the 10-pound kettlebell, maybe.
Hope no one saw it.
Not comfortably.
He like the armor can't make any fucking emote at all, but when he looks at it, he just feels like it's staring. Yeah. You just stare into the visor, the blank visor with nothing behind it, into the darkness of the closed helmet, and you feel that it is judging you. And he sulks off.
I think for at least a little bit, Pashmina would be trying to get some rest, since it's clearly been like a full day. Like that was a lot. But if there's a moment where there's some downtime and Zeal's not otherwise engaged, I think she would like come over and like post up next to him.
Hey, Amina.
Hey.
How goes the big plans?
Well, I mean, she kind of gestures at everything going on. It's happening, I suppose. We don't exactly... I mean, I guess I should tell you that, we have a bomb. We do have a bomb.
Like an explosive? Like fireworks?
Like a bomb. Like a, planted on the side of an, possibly, like, pool-sized phylactery and blow it the fuck up bomb.
I'm having a hard time processing that. But you're saying it very gravely, so I'm concerned. Should we have a bomb? Do we have a plan B?
It's plan A currently.
Okay.
So, we're gonna locate the phylactery, deal with that, set off a bomb, and then from there, that's probably going to bring Dvorak back to us, in all likelihood.
Cool. Noted.
Yeah.
Who's got the bomb?
Currently, Heisan.
Blink, blink. Is Heisan planning on planting the bomb?
I'll be honest, I don't think we had, like...
I guess we'll cross that bridge when we... Maybe we'll give it to whoever can, right? Okay, I get that. Sounds good. Okay. Noted. Anything else? Any, like, other wild artifacts, objects, weapons I should know about?
The staff?
I mean... oh. I don't know if Pishmina... I think Pishmina still has the staff, technically, or I don't know if she gave it to Heisan. I think she also gave that to Heisan, actually.
Yeah, I think Heisan also has it by now.
Yeah, as for that, we actually recently acquired a very old magical staff that was created by the Raven Queen. Heisan has that also. Supposedly that's supposed to help with Dvorak.
Cool. Okay. You know what? This isn't not any more wild than, like, the last us doing wild shit event. So, okay. No, okay, that all sounds good. Current plan, I'm just planning on, like, sticking close to you if I can. Largely,
I was hoping that would be the case.
Okay, cool, sick. Yeah. Whew. I feel like I'm still just kind of stealing myself for this, all things considered.
I don't blame you. I have had significantly more time than you have, and I'm still just kind of... taking it all in moment by moment.
Yeah. So, what do you think the over-under is on we need to really actually fight and slay this Drago Lich? Dragon. Lichkin.
I'm gonna say, there is exactly 0 under. I think there's no shot that we don't fight a full-grown Dracolich.
Cool. Got it. Okay.
In a sense, we're kind of obligated to because of extenuating circumstances, but it's not as though it's necessarily in our control.
Gotcha. I guess I really don't have any questions there.
No.
Well, I don't really know if I can punch a dragon to death. That's of some amount of concern to me. So I think in the case that we do that kind of fight, I'm gonna see if I can like protect y'all from minions or something. Do some crowd control. Be a little bit more supportive. Because again, just kind of like holds up a fist. Like, I'm trying to think about how big a dragon is. And that, I mean, maybe you know different. I mean, you've got like, Belar always talked about the whole, you're punching their soul kind of like spirit, like strike their soul, like that kind of. I don't know. I can't really challenge my inner Belar. He had some advice that was like nothing. When it comes to fighting supernatural creatures, so
energy conversion.
Yeah, right. It just seems kind of daunting.
This is different. There are preparations. We've been adapting our skill set to try and match. So,
is it weird that I somehow have zero doubt that, like, you could punch a dragon to death?
That's funny considering I was never able to beat you.
Yeah, well, give me another couple of years, we'll get back there. I'd ask you to spar, but I think you'd kick my ass up the wall. I don't think that would go well for me.
Frankly, I'm also just not really up for it.
Yeah.
Why
the haircut?
Oh, I knew that would come up again. Okay. Look.
It looks good. I'm not saying it looks bad. You're allowed to do whatever you want with your hair.
Thanks. It's not about that. It's just we've been on this whole journey, and I just kept getting lucky that, you know, I had this big long braid and I really liked it, but then some asshole took a sword and just slashed my back open, and it was a near thing he didn't just take it all off right then and there anyways. And ever since then I've been thinking that...
So you preempted it by slashing it off with a sword yourself?
Oh, does it look like a hack?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't look that bad.
Okay. I
it
tried
looks
to.
Good. Did you use a sword though?
No, I have a pair of scissors.
Okay, good. I'd be worried about like split ends or whatever.
It was just a matter of time until, if we're gonna be dealing with hordes or these undead things, you know, what if they, you know, grabbed it, or I don't know, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true.
It was
never thought of that.
I just wanted to start taking this seriously.
Yeah. I imagine undead don't really have like a code of ethics, not really a like it wouldn't even be fighting dirty. It'd just be like raw, and then they'd grab you.
Yeah. I'm glad it looks okay.
It does look okay. It looks fine. It looks fine. The, like, front... Are you not worried about someone grabbing it from the front? I guess less, because you've got hands and stuff like that going on over there. I know we joked about it a lot. Have you ever managed to headbutt someone with the horn yet? It seems like it would hurt a lot, also.
Yeah, you can't really go at it point. It's not strong enough for that, and
Yeah.
also I don't like the idea of like stabbing someone,
Like goring
I can
someone
kind of
with your horn. Yeah.
work with like the butt of it, like where it kind of meets, but then I'm just hitting someone with my forehead and it pushes against. It's sensitive there.
Yeah. No, fist seems better. Fist seems better than that, for sure. Like, I don't mind the last resort, but yeah. I saw a woodcut of a unicorn, like, goring a hunter. That was wild.
Oh. Based on like a true story, or just kind of
Hard to
loose?
say. Like, it was a whole thing about, like, because I guess unicorns aren't like beasts. Like, they're not like animals. They're different. They're purportedly like oh shoot, what's the term? Like
Fae?
celestial? Like they're from the upper planes, purportedly.
So not even Fae.
Yeah. And that, like, you know, you're not supposed to mess with them. And the way that this artist decided to depict that is like, oh, don't fucking mess with unicorns or you get gored.
I feel like she laughs at the way that Zeal says it, but then is just kind of like clearly lost in thought about something. Is like turning something over in the back of her mind. Could I ask you something? I mean,
No. Not allowed to ask me anything.
never mind.
What's going on?
I learned something really odd while we spent some time in that library that we teleported to.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And I keep thinking about it. And so you know that, I mean, Mama and Papa are my parents, my biological parents.
Yeah, of course.
They had wondered for a really long time, you know, well, how do two half-elves equal a tiefling, you know?
Sure, yeah. No, that makes sense. I mean, that's like half the kids, you know? Like, I don't think most of us have tiefling heritage.
I guess I never asked. Do you?
No. Elf and human were my folks. And then it's just like humans all the way down and elves all the way down.
So, not as uncommon as it seemed to us at the time. Although it doesn't explain this, and kind of gestures again. at the horn.
No, you are the weirdest one, for sure.
But, I found out why.
Oh. Shit.
Yeah.
So why are you the goofiest?
Oh, you know, just, devils and fae making deals. And then, apparently, the magical cascade of that equals a particularly weird tiefling. You know, the normal reasons.
Yeah. That's not a very good joke. What's the actual thing?
Oh, no joke.
Oh, that's it?
She'll like pull out her journal and like turn to like the notes she took. I think she even like tried to like trace the etching that was in
Yeah.
the book.
So when a devil makes a deal, their soul fucking brain farts or whatever, and then a tiefling is born?
That's one way to put it, I guess, you meathead. It's more like, I mean, these are beings of, I mean, basically just magic. These are magical things. The deal that they create, in a way, also creates more magic. The excess of that, somehow, some way. I'm not saying it all makes perfect sense, but that is...
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Well, don't tell the Kylans about that or they'll turn it into some kind of horrible infinite energy hell engine. But that is fascinating. Huh.
No. The book also had instructions for, how to contact the things that made you, essentially.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's wild. Okay. Can I have that? Can I steal it?
I mean...
I want to yell at a devil. That sounds great. You ever just want to tell a devil they're a bad parent? I mean, that's not really like how it works, right?
It's that... okay, so this is my dilemma. You can see why I'm kind of hung up on this, right? Like...
Right, because they're not, like, actually responsible for us.
Not in the way that you would, like...
I mean, it'd be nice if they, like, sent a pamphlet to, like, whoever... whenever a tiefling is born because of them, could they, like, I don't know, like, because, okay, so you found a process, a witch's ritual or whatever, so that we can find whatever was the whatever deal or whatever was the origin of our infernalness. Shouldn't they be able to do it the other way around? And if so, I don't know, send the parents a letter and be like, hey, this child is fine. Don't be shitty. Right? That seems reasonable to me, at least.
I mean, I suppose, unless... I
feel like the burden of contact is on them.
Well, sure, but... pessimistically, I mean, what if they just kind of resent it, you know? It's not as though they're just trying to do business and then...
They didn't
you know, a whole being comes out of it,
I
but
didn't ask for
at the
this.
same...
Sorry.
I missed you. I'm trying to be serious.
I'm incapable. I'm nervous. You know what happens when I'm nervous.
I know.
I'm coping.
Well, I'm also just wrestling with the fact of... Well, I'm curious, right? Like, I want to know. I want to know. I mean, I spent my whole life not really understanding who or what I was.
Right, and you got... I mean, that's an opportunity.
But at the same time, it's...
Does that mean you get to meet a fae? Do you get both, or do you just get the devil?
I mean, I think you'd meet both.
That'd be pretty cool. Right? Like...
But I already... Is it weird that it feels... I love Mama and Papa. Like, it's not as though...
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, those are your real parents, you know? In the same way. Because, like, we got a bunch of kids up at the temple that, like... I mean, like, regardless of, like, especially the non-tiefling kids, like, orphans or whatever, like, that's not their parents. It doesn't matter that they're the person who, like, I don't know, made an accident and now they're alive, right? Like, that's not the kid's fault, but also neither are, like, if you abandon your kid, you're no longer a parent. Like, I think that's just common sense. Likewise here, like, hey, you're not, like, I don't know, it's not a betrayal of your folks, it's just, I mean, it's an oddity, it's a curiosity, it's interesting. I mean, you can do it with them if you wanted, maybe get your folks to, I don't know, that'd be kind of scary. I don't think Wilmorn would do well with that. I think Ophistine would be fine. I don't think Wilmorn would do well with that.
she'd look at it very academically. He would be more... I don't know.
He'd try and, like, give the devil a pie or something, you know?
But also, it's just... I don't know. I wouldn't want to put it into their... I wouldn't want to make it seem like I'm... They're enough, you know? They're more than enough. But I'd like to... There's a part of me that wants to understand these things better.
I think that's reasonable. I mean, hey, maybe talk to your folks about it. Maybe get their input.
I'm worried that I won't get the chance.
Tell you what, if you do it, I'll do it. Yours is going to be more interesting than mine. But once we get back from all this, we can go, I don't know. It looks at your notes again. Wow, that's a lot of ingredients.
It was kind of expensive.
Yeah.
And I think I only have the stuff to do it the once. At least right now.
Oh, you want to do this now?
Well, I mean... I maybe not right this moment. I don't know is the thing. We have a little time. I mean, we're just gonna be kind of...
Alright, here's my... I think you should do this. I'm gonna recommend we carrot stick with this, right? It's curiosity. You're already, like, pretty... Or not carrot stick, just, like, carrot with this. Because, like... You're curious. I'm curious. I want to know what's going on here, for sure. But I feel like there's a decent chance that whatever the results of this are supremely distracting. Just, like, intellectually. Whether it's because it's really cool or really weird or whatever, almost doesn't matter. Like, I think we gotta focus up pretty hard right now, in general.
Yeah, you're...
But...
Fuck.
Right after. If we want to do this, we can do this. Or talk to your folks about it. We like, and I think, like, very genuinely, like, grabs your shoulders and just goes, we are going to make it home to your folks. And, like, you can tell he is convincing himself as much as he is convincing you. And it's like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna get in, we're gonna get out, we're gonna do our best, and our best will be enough. And then we can do this.
She, looks really touched. And like, kind of does the, like, foreheads together, but her horn, like, slots between theirs. Yeah, like... I'm so glad you're... Kind of pulls back. I love Zeron, but I needed to talk about this with you.
Hey, pretty boy can't be good for everything.
He's good for a lot of things.
Seems like he's good for a lot of things. You two seem to get along. Also, you're fucking engaged? What's up with that?
Okay, it's not an engagement.
It's not an engagement ring? What is it?
Just...
Oh, is it promise ring? Is that what they're doing nowadays?
We didn't... It's not anything. Like, I mean... It's not that formalized. We just... They're magical. They have a little enchantment on them. It's so that if anything happened, if we got separated, it would be much easier to find each other.
Gotcha. Not an engagement. Okay.
I'm not gonna say...
No, you don't... No. I believe you. I believe you. That's fine.
I mean, I'll say things are pretty serious. Like, we have plans to travel after this.
I mean, where do you love to go?
I mean, I keep thinking about it. I was thinking about suggesting Kyla, actually.
Yeah? Hey, they're doing crazy things over there.
It's also where Zeron's mom is from,
Oh, that'd be fun.
right?
Maybe you take her with? Maybe? That'd be fun. That'd be cool. Maybe not. Maybe that's not how that travel works, but like, I don't know, that'd be cool. Have you met his folks? Are they on good terms? Are they down with all this?
Oh,
Are they like merchants or something?
Wait, no. You know who Zeron is.
Yeah,
I
the
told
fox
you
guy over there.
No. Did I not tell you? I thought I told you. Okay. You're not gonna believe this, though. Even if I told you, you're not gonna fucking believe it.
I've been believing a lot right now. I've been believing a lot. Here, I promise I won't react. Straight face.
Zeron is one of the princes of Althra.
Oh my god. And he's not pretending to be one of the princes of Althra.
No, I am telling you. The last couple days, we just spent at the palace organizing all of this. They are distracting Novorak so that we can do this. I chose
so he's
the
not
other
just
signet
pretty,
ring.
he's also rich.
Well, I mean, I don't care about that, but
No, I do.
I can't. Why do you care?
Look, if my sister, sibling, whatever, our relationship is hard to define. Best friend, family. If my family is dating a prince, that makes me almost royalty, right? Conceptually. Do I need to learn do I need to go to school? Is that am I not going to be able to be seen in public with your boyfriend? Like...
Nothing... I don't think anything has changed fundamentally. Like, I'm not suddenly...
Oh god,
shit,
are you a princess?
No. Okay, alright, this is what I'm...
Oh my god. That means all the times I teased you about that are true now. That's just a fact. Princess Mina. I'm a prophet. I am of a spark with the divine.
I'm gonna take a 6-hour
But only
nap.
when I am 14 years old and being kind of shitty.
Are you done?
Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, okay, I can be done. Well, that'll be interesting to figure out.
Yeah, Yep.
Oh boy.
That depends on a lot of things. A lot of things.
How, like, okay, sorry. I'm caught up on the prince thing again. Real quick.
Yeah, okay.
Is he gonna be the Sultan? Is that the geopolitics there?
So my understanding is that no, because they do have an older brother.
Okay.
Who is already married and seems to be in line for...
And he's not like a scorned, like, half-brother twice removed vying for the throne through shady backstabbing politics or anything like that, right? He doesn't seem the type.
Yeah, and also I don't think Zeron's even necessarily all that interested in all of that.
I mean, his loss, I guess. Fair enough.
It's...
I'm sure that's I'm sure he's got a whole complex about it. I'm going to get him a drink sometime, because that sounds kind of awful, but also wild. Maybe I should ask him out for drinks, but ask him to pay for drinks. Maybe that's how that should go.
I will not stand in the way of bonding between my dearest friends and
You got
family,
engaged and
but
you didn't even ask for my approval. That's very rude.
you weren't around.
That's true. So, my bad. Okay. Again, all things that are going to be totally perfect, totally fine. We can deal with them once we get back.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Alright, good talk, Mina.
Can't wait to catch you up on how we met in the first place.
Yeah, me too.
I think that's a story for...
Also, some number of your friends are dragons, and I don't remember which ones.
You'll figure it out.
I would hope so. I feel like that would be kind of hard to miss. But I guess we'll find out. Alright, get rest. Kind of like bops you on the horn. I'll do the same.
Doofus.
Doofus me? Alright. See you tomorrow.
Yep.
Alright. We
Jesus
have...
Christ.
we have some rolls to make. And I think that's where I would like to call it for tonight after we make some rolls. It's a slightly shorter session. But we got a lot we are about to get into. We've also got...
Are we even ready for that?
We got a preview board.
Ooh.
New board?
As you near the pinnacle.
Oh, fuck. Damn, okay.
What the fuck?
What?
Astalri's a genius.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Bro.
And it's performant. This is a lot of detail.
And
for
it's
something, like-
performant. Yeah. Wild.
What?
Fun fact, this board was made for Dimension 20.
Oh, for real?
My god.
Which is pretty cool. We just get to use it. I haven't seen that season yet, so I don't have any predilections about how it's supposed to be used.
For
Yeah.
what season?
The 7?
Oh, I never watched that.
Yeah, me neither. Been meaning to. But it was during real COVID times when they were using laptops instead of the tabletop. But Astalri made it for them. Astalri is my favorite builder on Tailspire. Is
Astalri's
fucking
awesome.
incredible at what he does. But welcome to the Pinnacle, where we will be arriving shortly next game. So, currently, the Doomsday Clock is at 4.
Right.
It has a fixed amount it is going to increase by. And we've got some rolls to make. So, that being for Samarabi and Nina. They're rolling flat this time. We've got the continued efforts of Calcion and the Arbiters in Motla. Who else is all doing tasks? We got Feyhue. She's not quite in position yet, so that's probably not going to be a roll for this evening. Tothendra is nearby. He's on security. And then we've got some rolls for Tashlin and Sabella.
Fuck, we still...
I forgot.
No way! No way,
Session number
we
4,
forgot
by
again.
the way. Session
God,
number 4.
I was literally joking about this. We are going to forget until Cybella is standing in front of us.
Oh yeah.
Like,
No, I'm so okay with this.
Look, I was thinking of, like, Heisan still needs to...
You got
He's
one more
on
day
the
of travel before you get to the Pinnacle.
Yeah.
I think
so
this is hysterical, though.
So,
Well, it's going to take very specific jogging of memory and thinking about certain situations that to make you're going to have to make Heisan consider all of the threats within there to actually remind him of that Cybella's there now.
I fully expected
Ah,
it being a
damn.
thing where it's just like she's just there, and then it's like Hasan's like, "Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
Uh-huh.
By the way, she's here."
I'm
Like, I,
expecting that too.
I was kidding about it earlier with Cole, and now I'm 100% convinced that that's actually going to happen.
Oh, 100%.
So, for our friendly rollers, Calcion and the Samarabis, we're hoping for a 15 or higher to prevent the Doomsday Clock from going up. As they're performing efforts. Navorik is occupied and as such will not get a roll.
Fuck yeah.
We'll see if that continues to be the case. For Sibella and Tashlin, they're looking for a 10 or higher to advance the clock. So, starting with Calcion, hoping for a 15 or higher.
What the fuck was that?
That is not
Oh.
a 15 or higher. The clock is moving
Ow.
from 4 to 5.
Fuck.
We're looking at the Samarabis, seeing
Come
how
on,
well they
Dad.
are
Come on,
waylaying and
Mom.
negotiating
Come
with
on,
Navorik.
Mom.
That is a 15 on
Yeah,
the
I
dot.
get-
They're doing great.
Ooh.
They're keeping a conversation very calm. They're deflecting as Navorik gets here in the evening and say, wait, hold on, have a room. Don't worry about we're going to talk about it shortly. Level heads, no exhaustion. Keeping things stable.
I'll do the ceremonies first. Proper introduction.
Exactly. Have you met all of the monitorists and their kids yet?
Oh, God, look at this one. You were only here a couple months ago, but now he's grown like a good foot. Isn't that amazing?
So we've got Tashlin Yafira, seeing how well she is maneuvering the horde from her place in the pinnacle. So she wants a 10 or higher to make the clock go up. Y'all want a 9 or lower. That is a 16. We're going from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock on the Doomsday Clock.
Shit.
Oh.
And for the schemings of Sibella and the Witch, Zafara Shade. Let's see how their nightmare goings-on are going. This roll may have some other effects as well. So, you're hoping for a 9 or less, they're hoping for a 10 or higher. That is an 18.
Oh
God.
my god.
Okay, so everyone's rolling too good today, including you.
Correct. So that means the Doomsday Clock is going to be at 7 starting tomorrow.
That's pretty.
I'm gonna put that. I'm just gonna put that in Docs and Resources.
Oh.
A post that I will edit.
Bella is making rules. You are gonna make me force my hand in this. I am going to give Cybella a fucking nightmare and make sure she has exhaustion.
It's funny you mention that.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Let me go ahead and.
I'm sweating now. I wasn't sweating before, now I'm actually sweating.
Sorry, one sec.
Nightmare.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just don't sleep. Just don't
There
ever
you go.
sleep.
Guess what? I don't have to do that anyway.
New unreads? Is that in Docs and Resources?
No. I'm just looking up Dream.
Oh, great.
Hey, Son,
Yes.
are you checking Zeron's dreams?
Yes. He always is.
Mm-hmm.
You see a notable invader.
Who do I see? What do I see?
Zeron, none the wiser. Zeron, describe your dream for me, will you?
I don't know what the dream is today.
It can be very simple.
I think, honestly, it was just being home again. Just a very nothing day at the palace, but it's still just a day at the palace.
As you are just like walking around about your business, Hasan, you kind of pop in, you clock Zeron, you're kind of following around, and then you see a very hunchbacked, shadowed crone following behind Zeron, walking around, shadowing and reaching out a hand. I'm going to give you an opportunity here. Would you like to make the wisdom save against Dream, or would you like Zeron to make the wisdom save against Dream?
I think Hassan would. I think what Hassan is going to do is manipulate Zoran's dream sort of defensively. Like, where is Zoran in this dream right now? Again, sorry.
Obliviously, just like doing his daily routine, kind of ad infinitum in the dream logic way that you do. So like Zoran has gotten up, is like with attendants, is talking to Libra, is walking through hallways, is doing normal tasks, and just like starts repeating them and like shifting the order around, and is just like doing their daily routine almost like nonsensically repeatedly, the way that dream logic works.
I think Hassan is going to, if this is okay, create a sort of Libra to kind of pull him away and bring him somewhere else.
Yeah. You do that.
And try.
Zoran.
And,
yeah.
And sort of try and get in the Hassan. I like to think Hassan is modeled after a desert sparrow, or Hassan in this dream is like an actual tiny desert sparrow.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, yes, you're manipulating. You're a little sparrow perched on the windowsill of the palace that this is happening in. But as soon as you manipulate the dream, the shadowy form of Zafara snaps to you, two glowing red eyes, immediately identifying another invader in the dream, and she just points a finger at the little sparrow form you have in here. And I'd like you to make a wisdom saving throw. DC 17.
It's a good thing it's a 10 plus 8 then.
Excellent.
What does Hassan see?
You see as soon as she points, your world just darkness, just solid darkness, nothing around, sensory deprivation, 0% stimulation in this place. Just fully isolates you from this dream into your own world. Like, you almost feel your consciousness flung back into your body, as if she has put you back in your own dream and then followed you to it. But, hey, this is your realm. This is your dream. This is your consciousness. You are the one who casts dream on other people. And in that space, can do your best. Do you try and like will yourself in this moment to resist it, or like do you force yourself to wake up?
I think he wills himself to resist it.
Got it.
To resist the nightmare.
Yeah. It is distressing. It is not a good time. But you find after enough time, you can hold off the effort such that Zafara finds it tiresome or unuseful enough to release that. And you will still benefit from rest. You will still benefit from your and you'll yeah. So you don't lose your rest, and you don't take 3d6 psychic damage.
All right. It's on.
And relevant, a fun side fact of that. You make that save normally. Zoran would have made it with disadvantage.
Alright. I'm just curious what it would have been. So I'm doing this on the side, because I didn't roll today. With disadvantage?
Yes, you would have if you would have taken it.
That's so funny, I still would have saved.
Nice.
Hey.
My lowest was an 11, I have a +6.
Saving for now.
Can Hassan speak into the void then to the person assaulting him at the moment?
You may, but you don't hear your own voice when you speak.
True. I find that truth is far more terrifying than fiction. And your little creations have only proven that to me more, you contemptible hag. I've stared into tomes whose contents far outweigh any of your of your little creations. Your lack of creativity is pathetic. Of course, Hasan's barking up. He's scared as fuck right now. He's trying to put up a little front of bravado.
Coping mechanisms.
Yeah.
All right. With that, we pull back to Zafara bent over a glowing bowl of mirror-clear water, clutching a dark black lock of hair bound with a ribbon. Just hisses and kind of like clicks her tongue, turning to Sibella, who share a long glance, and proceed to make new preparations. That is where I'd like to call our session for tonight. So, Toad or Tip, it's time for Stars and Wishes. Eli, we're gonna go for... You finished off, now you get to do Stars and Wishes. No time to cool off. Deal with it.
Yeah, I love it. I love it when I'm not allowed to rest. Thank you, Paul.
Hey, no, you saved from being not allowed to rest.
Take your stacks of exhaustion now.
No, stars. Okay, it's nice. I love to see a plan to come together. It's very, very nice to be moving. It's very nice to be moving now. Although I'm happy that although it is incredibly happy to have all of our little chess pieces in position. I am looking, the end rolls of seeing if the clock progresses or doesn't is very, very fun. I am looking forward to how that continues to play what factor that continues to play in. Because fuck, as going forward, as the airship leaves and goes to fight dragons, we're gonna have more little bits thrown in, possibly. I'm just interested to see how things develop outside of our little adventures. I do like the feeling of being a part of a larger moving world. I've always liked that feeling. What else? Thank you for the dream. Dream is a very, very fun spell, and I have...
You're not the only one who can cast Dream.
Yeah, well, two can play at that fucking game. Let's see how Cybella likes it, because now I don't think the witch sleeps, but maybe if I can give Cybella exhaustion, maybe they'll have disadvantage on their schemes. And maybe we can have fucking Dream War. Fucking Dream War, that's what's gonna happen. Although now that Hasan's been explicitly reminded, he is now going to talk to Zarang, because now he's remembered that Cybella exists. I'm looking forward to that conversation, I guess a wish. I'm sorry, I'm just excited also because I have the trebuchet in my back pocket and I want to use it somehow. I'm sorry, I have simple desires. I want to create Big Machine. I want to use Big Machine and to throw giant rocks. It is a primal urge. And who knows, tactical distraction maybe. And so fun thing, I've been actually fucking doing a little research. So I can make 3 additional small objects with up to 3 additional small objects in addition to whatever I make. So a small object, an example given is a chest. Now a chest has 22 cubic feet, which is about 89 gallons. Here is the picture of an 89 gallon dumpster or composter or whatever the heck that is. So he can make he can make boulders that big, Just grant it. He could make a metal ammo. Heisan is not limited by cost anymore. I'm sorry, I'm becoming your DM nightmare again.
No, this is perfect. I want you to be doing exactly this kind of lateral thinking.
But no, yes. So, Heisan's plans, before I forget, spend the daytime testing out ranges and trying to... What Heisan's hope to do is to get a layout and to be able to pre-aim a shot.
Literally
shot.
do the math.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Wild.
no, yeah. But no. A lot of fun to be had.
Hell yeah.
So, yeah. What else? Other stars. The entire... I'm happy to see Frink and Srisk again. Loka's interactions with them are incredibly fun. It was just very funny listening to them go on. Especially... Frink is the lizard guy, right? Or is that...
Thing is the merfolk. Srisk is the crocodilian.
I like Srisk. I like meathead lifting wishes outside.
Kimbo but mean.
No, I very much like that. I'm looking forward to what happens next. Next. Done.
Hell yeah. Matt.
Me. I had a lot of fun today. There was so many good moments. I love always being able to play around with Fing and Srisk. The Lichbane bit got me. That was excellent. What else good happened today? I mean, there's really, like, once again, this is just kind of one of those sessions where, like, nothing lost my interest at any point. You know what I mean? Like, I was really, like, keyed in the whole time. I really enjoyed pretty much every part of it. I'm glad we didn't start the Pinnacle stuff, because I want to just, like, start it. You know what I mean? Like, I want to start it and then...
Yeah, get, like, into it.
Yeah, and not just be like, oh, well, we've played it for 30 minutes, let's take a break. Like, no!
I feel that.
Extremely funny.
But yeah, so, I mean, really my wish is just, like, I wish to play again. I want to see what's about to happen in the Pinnacle, because I know it's going to be a combination of really fun, really difficult, and really fucked up. And that map is fucking sick.
It's really cool.
And I just can't wait to play with y'all again.
Hell yeah. Me. Stars. Playing Zeal's always fun. Zeal and Peshmina are a fun dynamic. It's like deeply casual. God, just playing so many characters today was pretty fun. Trying desperately to keep track of who is where when. And occasionally failing. But that's great. Airships are fun. I like Fing and Srisk a lot. I like getting to show when things have been happening off screen.
Yeah.
Like, I really liked being able to be like, yeah, Fing and Srisk are back. And they've changed again. They've been doing shit. Likewise with, like, Ziraj and Matla, like all of Matla, the fact that it is undergoing a change, turmoil. Things are happening there. And then, like, yeah, I don't know, it's that, I enjoy that part a lot, being able to show the consequences of actions, even if they're not yours. I think is a lot of fun. I really enjoyed taking the countdown clock up to 7. I like having rolls for that. That was pretty fun. You are 5 away from Matla being destroyed. And that's neat. Love that. I'm really excited to have just, like, a lot of stuff going at once. Eli kind of alluded to it, but, like, yeah, they're, like, while y'all are doing shit in the Pinnacle, I am really hoping to like be able to cut to vignettes of stuff happening elsewhere.
That was gonna be one of my wishes, is that I hope that we kind of get the what you don't see moments.
Yeah,
of, like,
especially since there are so many people doing so much stuff all the time outside of your view. And some of that may be description more than like playing out dialogue, but some of it might also be playing out dialogue and seeing what's happening. It's fun to see NPCs who've like never met mashed together. Like never, ever, even before this session, did I ever think like, yeah, no, Ziraj, Fing, and Srisk squad. They're here to hang out and do a task together because they are collectively suited to do a specific thing. With all of their skills, and it's just like, that is fascinating. Never thought that would be true. Yeah, and just seeing how much y'all are up to and doing and such is really neat. Yeah. Wishes. Stars, I guess I'm still kind of already on wishes. When this is all over, eventually, I would love to have a like post-campaign session, kind of like we talked about, like instead of a session 0, like a session Omega, that is just kind of like talking about it. If we can swing it, I would love to do that in person. I think it would be super fun to just like sit around a living room and talk. That means it probably wouldn't be recorded, which is maybe not ideal. Maybe it would be better to do it online just so that we have it recorded properly. But I'm really looking forward to that. Weird to put it at this point too, but like other wishes, like I'm excited to play Lancer. I'm super stoked about that. And all other wishes, I'm really excited to get to the last portion of this campaign. Like I still have this box of tricks that I am so excited to open, you know? Alright, Caroline, stars and wishes.
Sorry, I've been losing my goddamn mind. It feels like everything has just gone on just right outside my window, so I'm just like, what is going on?
You okay?
It's wild. No, I'm fine.
Okay,
it's
good.
like I thought I heard like a gunshot, and then like a car alarm went off like 2 seconds later, and then it is just whole thing. But it's fine.
It is about to be Cinco de Mayo, and they're shooting off fireworks over here too.
Fair. That is fair. Stars and wishes. That's what we're doing.
Yep.
Right. Awesome. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Star. We are here. We're here. We are like, it's happening. Things are happening now. Oh my god. I am sweating. I am panicked, but also I am so ready for this. I feel like my own biggest hype man during this, just because I get so invested. Sweating. Just hard sweating the entire time. I don't get this way normally. I'm so invested in this campaign, in all our funny little characters. Insane. Star. I loved seeing a bunch of just, like, old friends. Fing and Srisk coming back, Zeal coming back, Ziraj, Feihu, Zerga. Like, it was literally kind of like the callback session where it's just like, okay, all the friends we made along the way.
Gaiul's greatest hits.
It's a meme. It's a joke. But at the same time, it's like, damn, we made a lot of friends. Fucking Tother and Delay coming out of fucking nowhere. Got us all
I wasn't
off
expecting
guard.
that one.
Yeah.
All of us.
Like, I knew he was gonna help in some kind of way, but I thought it would be a
didn't
lot
expect
more
him to
distant.
show. So, like, seeing stuff like that, it's just like, wait, this is so cool. This is so awesome. So it was really nice to just kind of see how we all came together. And just everyone was so on board with what we are doing. We're all on, like, the same page, more or less, and I really like that. We have made a good crew.
Yeah.
Other stars. Just the entirety of Fingen's Risk. We have not gotten a whole lot on them, but I love them every single time they show up. Every single time. It's amusing.
They're fun.
The Hold of Holding is entirely amusing to me. Entirely amusing. How did you get... Do you get enough money for this crime?
Crime.
Yeah.
It's a straight just crime. It's like, yeah, okay, that's fair.
Answers the question, just felt a little unsatisfying.
Yeah. But you know what? I am okay with it.
Mad
It's
respect.
funny.
Mad respect.
Very fun. Yeah, it's like it's one of those things like you can't help but like nod in respect to that. It's like, you know what?
They know what they're about.
Touche. Very good. Zeal. Zeal is funny. I just really like the banter he has with Pashmina. Because that's really what it is. It's banter, and I love it. It's... He feels like such an older brother, and I love it. But like the awkward type of older brother who like wants to be really close but is also like a little weird about it.
That's the way I feel like we've described it before. It was like a gay best friend mixed in with a little bit of like jock.
Okay,
like,
I'm glad
like,
you said it because I didn't want to say it.
Oh no, I
Yeah.
feel like
I think that was true at conception.
yeah.
I mean, do you remember the first
like-
time y'all met? In the tower, like the under tower, he was being
you
like
even-
kind of flamboyantly aggressive.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Like he's kind of meant to be a little bit like teasing and like they're they are bros in a sense, their relationship, but also it's a brother sister thing and also a best friend thing. They do have a complicated relationship.
It's just exceedingly funny to me. I'm glad that they could have that banter like nothing has happened. Like it's not I don't want to say the end of the world, but it's not like it's the end of the world. Like they could just be each other for a little bit around one another, and I think that's very nice. Also, still just laughing at the comment. Okay, do I have to go to school? Very amusing.
You fucking idiot.
Do I have to go to
Very
school to
amusing.
hang out with your boyfriend?
I want Zoran to hear this because he will absolutely say yes.
Damn it! I knew it. Fuck. Okay. What's the
I'm not
easiest
fun.
degree?
Good grades,
Tuition.
asshole.
What's the easiest degree?
Yeah, but you hear Loka, if Loka hears that, Loka's just gonna be like, no, you don't need to go to school.
Ever, for any reason.
Don't
For
go to
any
school,
reason.
kids.
Not only for any reason, but also to hang out with Zoran because he's kind of stupid. I think that's what
Excuse me.
Loka would say.
Incredible.
Insanely offended.
He should be. It's meant
Hilarious.
Loka would mean it offensively.
I feel like Zeal and Luca would get along once they can actually like open up to each other. It's just that initial awkwardness that I think.
Yeah, they would
It's
bounce
cool.
off each other pretty hard until they like figured out how to exist around each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like I was
Ooh, come back to my star cells calling me. I'll be right back.
Oh, sure.
we were enemies at one point.
You're right.
Like it's hard for Loka. to
There's still
get
a little
over.
barrier, but then
Yeah. Like it'd be like working with the dude who went to Kyla. Like if I had to work with Loki,
Oh, Schemo.
Emo, yeah, I'd be like, ugh. Even working with Siraj, like I didn't really interact with him a lot.
yeah.
So
All right, I'm back.
God, I kept
Okay.
thinking about oh shit, what's his name? The black scaled dragonborn from Tiamat's Fangs.
Cracks.
Cracks. I kept thinking about throwing Cracks into this campaign somewhere.
God.
Because I thought it would be funny. I just love the idea that he's just like popping up around every major like event in Gaiul. Got his thumbs in all the pies, but no, it didn't make any sense. It was fun. You were still on Stars and Wishes, Caroline.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. That's pretty much that. Start session number 4, not knowing Cybele is here. I joke about it. I swear, I think this is much funnier this way.
I can't. I kind of want it to be a surprise at this point. The fact
At this
that we've left it
point,
so
honestly,
long.
would be so funny. Just leave it a surprise. Content. It's good content.
It's
It
deeply
writes
silly.
itself. Yeah, wishes. I really hope we can play again really, really soon. I'm at that point, it's like, okay, we're here. Let's get this shit done.
Yeah.
Like, let's do this. We've got our game plan. Now we gotta do it. We got the opening given to us, thankfully, by Papa and Mama Robbie. Let's get this shit done. I'm ready. I'm ready to just see this through now.
Hell yeah.
So, the biggest wish. I want to play again soon. Please, 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 please.
God, I got some Tailspire work I need to do. I'm looking forward to that.
I don't
Very
work
exciting.
again until the 12th of May, so I'm completely
Damn.
free.
Damn.
Nice.
That's good to know.
We'll see how it goes.
It's middle of May is very not bueno for me because convention.
I was gonna say, depending on some things that happen, we'll just kind of have to see
we may be
how
moving.
things. Yeah.
Right.
We'll see.
We've been
though.
trying
We've
for
been-
like
yeah.
6 months.
We're looking at a place though. It looks really good. I hope we get accepted.
1,800 square feet. I'm gonna. Okay, I
Damn.
need to calm down. I need to calm
Only
down.
2 beds. Only 2 beds, but 800 square feet. It's just like
That's
fuck yeah.
not bad.
It's huge. It's
That's
so big.
really nice.
Yeah, and it's like a
Is it
block from
close
where we are
by?
now. Yeah,
Oh, that's
it's
nice.
so close, which is
I'm gonna
great because
fucking-
all the other places were like miles away.
Yeah.
Which is like not bad, but we
literally-
like it here so much. I'll explode if we get it.
Yeah, I will literally bargain my soul away. Like,
Is
I will
rent
grovel
decent?
and
It's
plead.
pretty good. It's the lowest of any place we've looked at so far.
Damn.
Well, except for the one, the Ravenswood
Yeah, the one that got
apartment.
away.
But like
That's,
I don't
like,
know. It wasn't meant to be.
It happens.
Anyway,
Back off
That's
the
neat.
freak.
Hannah, Stars and Wishes.
Oh boy. Okay, stars. Goddamn Zeal. You're so good at playing Zeal. Zeal is great. And that was such a much needed moment, I think. Like, Peshmina's been holding on to this for like several sessions now and just didn't know who or how to bring it up, but Zeal is perfect. Like, tiefling to tiefling. Like, I need someone who will like actually understand this and not just not in the like theoretical or like sympathetic or empathetic way. Like, no. Like, this person gets it. So that's good. Man, God, so much. Okay, what happened this session?
Right? That's how I feel half the time I do Stars and Wishes. It's like, I had a lot of fun. What the fuck just happened?
Man, just stars for like, planning is fun. Like, it can be, at least.
Plotting and
It's fun to
scheming.
like strategize and kind of think about all the, and it feels like in this case we've done enough work and have enough people and resources at our disposal that it's like, okay, we've got like all our bases covered as much as we can expect. Like this feels okay.
You are circumventing obstacles. Like the path to the pinnacle would be much harder mechanically, if not for all of the planning and scheming and allies you have.
Like, I feel like we took steps to smooth and pave the way, and that's going to make this so much more enjoyable. Like, we can just enjoy the dungeoneering without, like, worrying too much about the even getting to the dungeon in the first place now.
Yeah.
Which is sick. I'll get to wishes. I have a few. Echoing what you said about, like, I want the what we don't see moments, because there's so much happening. I would love to know how, like, Ziraj does on the ship, because that sounds so fucking cool. Like, battling a dragon on an airship with a fucking dragon slayer archer. Like, are you shitting me? That's like 10 times cooler than what we're doing. Just like cinematically. That's so funny. He had a fucking tiger mount? What the? I didn't know about that. That's cool. Ziraj is cool as fuck. Ziraj should be a main character.
I completely forgot about that. I'm 100% surprised you went with the tiger.
You talked about it. It's part of the
I know,
lore.
it's something I blurted. It was forever ago, and I blurted it out kind of randomly.
GM never forgets.
The things have a way of sticking.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh man. Oh, this is where can I work on Zeal's not evil?
Oh yeah, for sure. That'd be great. I would love it if I didn't have to do that.
Okay. I would love to do that.
Also, Cole, thank you for the Jorah letter. You did the last line very good.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome, and thank you.
Yeah, I don't think I have any other, like, wishes. I guess I'll just kind of, like, express, like, I feel like I'm at a place where I'm actually excited for this to be, like, not excited for us to be, like, done, but ready to move on. Like, I've been working on, I just realized I've basically been working on Morkborg for, like, a year, actually. I hadn't realized I'd been working on it that long. So I'm excited to be in a different position than this. I've been rotating. It's been a rotisserie in the back of my mind this entire time.
You're no longer baby and wish to have power.
Yes. I'm ready.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's everyone. Okay.
We did it!
It's all of us. Sal, start
Yay!
with
He is currently
wishes.
driving.
Yeah. Unfortunate. I'll have to-
Unfortunate. He was not
I'll have
able
to
to
ask
be
him
here
later.
for this session.
Alright. Valuable audience feedback.
Sal should-
want to move to the next ones.
Sal, our #1 fan.
Mm.
I do, like,
Sal
it-
should get some stars and wishes at the very end of the campaign.
No, I was about to say, like, I definitely want Sal to, like, really actually be here for the post-campaign session.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'll be fun.
For sure. That's when
also
he
Comrade
introduces
Moist.
his fan OC. His fan OC.
Yeah.
And in his mind has been following us the entire time.
Funny.
I love alternate reality.
My fan OC is actually the 6th Tiamat's Fangs.
God.
The secret 6th one that they don't talk about a lot at all because they're not allowed to.
It's the gem one. It's the gem.
Yeah, it's the amethyst. Yeah. Damn.
That's so funny. But yeah. Absolutely. I'll tell him about that. Because I know he would definitely be interested.
That'd be fun.
In person or not.
Amber.
Amethyst, amber, topaz, diamond, emerald, and sapphire. I think because there's a bunch. The gem dragons are weird.
No, I'm saying that the amethyst dragon born
is named Amber.
Is named Amber.
Gotcha.
Particularly confusing.
Mhm,
It was funnier in my head, but I'm also literally about to go to sleep.
Understandable.
Reasonable. Then yeah, I love you all, and we let's try and play again soon.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop the recording.